the delay. Good afternoon. The May 28th, 2024 Platted Reservation Water Management Board meeting. And we've got quite a bit to go through today here, so we'll get started. So we have a volunteer for an opening prayer. George, would you like to honor us with an opening prayer?
Okay. Dear Lord Jesus Dukia, thank you for this day, for allowing us all to gather here today. Protect all of us. May we travel safely. May we treat the people that we're around with kindness and respect. Help us to make wise and careful decisions today. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Okay, meeting minutes, as always, are on the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board website. So if you need to see previous meeting minutes, you can go there and see them. That's for anybody in the audience. Like I said, it is. And anybody online, I don't know, do we have folks online today?
It looks like we have, two attendees, online.
Those folks online, welcome. So any potential conflicts of interest with this agenda, George?
No.
Ken, Roger?
No.
Okay, no for myself, thank you. Attendance, please.
Wait, Matt,
Here.
Roger Noble,
Here.
George McLeod,
Here.
Ken Pitt.
Here. Want to indicate the absences, please?
Sure, absent today is Shane Henderson and Georgia Sneaks.
Thank you. All right. The agenda. Any questions, comments? Or so on the agenda? I have one, so if there's anybody has anything, go ahead and.
I do, Mr. Chairman. If possible, could I add a 1.7 onto this first section here, after the introduction and add an announcement?
2.7 announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All, you guys good at that?
Just an announcement.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
And, yeah, yes, yes. All right, we're gonna add 1.7. Any other suggestions? Let me take a quick look here. Okay. All right, this is a little bit revised from what I had online, so.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, since we did move, the meeting time, I was able to, add, you wanted to have something about, awesome. So that is an update from the, original meeting date, agenda.
Okay, and I noticed a couple additions or updates to item 5, which is good, so I don't have any other questions. Motion to approve if you're ready.
I move to approve the agenda.
Motion by George. Second by Ken, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have an agenda. And we have item 1.6 and 1.7. Even.
Well, I'd like to announce a new addition to our Office of the Engineer family. I'm gonna drag her up here for a minute. We've recently had a compliance tech, Rhonda Botton has been added. Now let Rhonda say a brief hi to you.
Like Ethan said, my name is Rhonda Botton. I'm excited to be here and looking forward to serving the community as a compliance technician.
Hi, Rhonda, how are you?
I'm good.
Thanks for being here and welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Have fun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A delayed one.
Oh, you caught that? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you will, I can make an announcement now.
Absolutely.
It pleases me to announce as of pay period 12, the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board and Office of the Engineer now have a hydrologist. James Frakes has made it through the hydrologist promotion planning events, and we have a 34-page report that was the result of 15 substantive tasks that need to be completed for that effort. I'm happy to share that with anybody who is ultimately interested, but definitely wanted to give my appreciation and thanks to Mr. Frakes.
Here, anything you wanna enlighten us with today?
Oh,
James?
I guess nothing in particular. I really appreciate this opportunity. I look forward to serving for you guys as the hydrologist and achieving my education, being able to do what I can to serve this office as best as I can.
Thanks, James.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Anybody else have anything? All right, I'm sure we'll hear more. So thank you. Thank you. Very good. And yes, I don't know if there were any other board members want to see that report, but I would love to see it. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share that with the whole board if you'd like.
Thank you.
Speaking of reports you were gonna share, did we ever get one from the dam people? They were give us that presentation on that they made.
No, sir, Mr. Vice Chair, I will reach out though and see if we can try to get the presentation. You want a copy of the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, I thought they were gonna,
Okay,
Yeah, that's a good reminder. I haven't seen it, but maybe he sent it to you. If not, then maybe we can get a reminder to him. I think Rob could help with that.
Yeah.
sure will. I'll request that probably later today or probably tomorrow.
All right. Very good. Public comment for items not on the agenda, so the public here, no public here. Anybody online? Anybody online that has a public comment?
I have public.
If anyone online would like to make a comment, you can raise your hand while I speak.
Oh,
Is DNRC online?
we have two folks, it looks like from the tribes online. Pam McDonald and Zach Zipfel.
Okay. All right. Seeing none and hearing none at this point, Roger has a comment?
Yeah, I guess, since DNRC is not online, I guess. It's my I spoke with Payla. I don't know if you noticed, Ethan, but Ben is no longer with the DNRC.
We did find out about that last Thursday.
He's moved on, so they're looking at replacing Ben.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see that announcement. Thank you, but I did
And-
see that email. So, best wishes to Ben and
Yeah.
hopefully they can find a replacement for him soon. So,
And then the other thing, Payla is interested in coming next meeting, provided it's not the first week in June, I think it is, and giving an update on DNRC's perspective.
so let's just keep, that, in mind for the next meeting and when we're setting the next meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. Okay.
You can turn that off if you don't like it as well. Sure.
Without getting too far astray, so that reminds me, where are we with our air conditioning and system? We're supposed to do something with that.
Item 4, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, I'll wait for that.
Extension of the office lease. Happy to talk about it sooner if you want to move things around.
No,
Okay.
just wanted to make sure we, all right, thank you, all. So moving on to item 3.1, written response to Polson City Manager. So we did see a draft that came from, Ethan and Haley, and then Roger took a shot. So Roger, would you like to?
Yeah, and Georgia took a shot too, I think, in the interim.
Yeah, like to, and then Haley and Ethan, I think if you have, comments on it, please. So, Roger.
Well, yeah, we got we got the first draft and I felt that it was more than needed to be said. It covered a lot of things and that weren't pertinent to the inquiry made by the city of Polson. So I always, when I write, I always try to really focus on what they inquired about and write to the audience. And so I kind of used some of it, added some of my own language and squeezed it down a bit so that it'd basically be a one-page response letter that would say, you know, we hear what you're saying. We're moving towards taking some action. So that was my perspective on it anyway.
Okay.
And I, you know, no pride in ownership. So if you want to change anything, feel free.
Yeah, Ethan, Haley, any thoughts, comments? I know you guys put a lot of time into that previous memo and it is appreciated. I tend to lean toward what Roger's done here though myself, but, be good to hear from the rest of the board, but, Ethan, Haley, any thoughts?
I'm perfectly fine with the updated letter. There was one that was circulated with Georgia's revisions, as well that, I had put resized and downsized quite a bit, so, that's fine too. But the only thing that I would suggest is that the letter needs to come from the board, because it was addressed to the board, not to Ethan.
Good point. Thank you.
That's good with Rogers.
Good. Thank you. All right,
We'll probably add a date to it also.
with that, if we
Yeah.
could make the technical revisions to it and make it from the board and
And the date on the board. And, can I send that out with, /S/ so we can get that out the door, or do you wanna physically sign the letter?
it's ready today, I'll sign. If not, then you do what you need to do, but it's approved. We'll send that.
There's one.
Actually, we should take action on that, so,
You want to give that to Ethan?
Can I ask one time, Mr.
question, yeah.
On the first thing, Mr. Ed Meese, I've never seen addresses laid out like that. It's usually Ed Meese, then you'll dear Mr. Meese.
Mm,
Stylistic.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna come over here, Mr. Pitt, if you could just show me, we have two different. Okay,
And it's nothing in the fall, my soul about, it's just awkward.
okay. Gotcha.
All right, with those,
I probably won't have time to get to.
suggested changes, and if you're okay with it to be sent out, without a physical signature, we can do that. Otherwise, we can, whatever you approve here. So, board members? We're good. We're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's take action.
Mhm.
Need a motion?
I make a motion to approve the final draft of the letter to Fulton City Manager.
Motion by Ken,
I'll second it.
second by George. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If you give me a second, I'm just gonna send this to staff to see if they can get it updated, while you're here.
Yeah, we'll be here for a couple hours.
I'm seeing this stuff.
Ethan, I had some written stuff. I think it's not.
Yeah, sure.
It's just stylistic. The spacing between the
Yeah.
paragraphs needs to be adjusted, so.
What suggestions? I'll let you.
Great, and I'm hoping that I can go with our, red title. I usually make things from the board in red and things from the office of the engineer in blue.
You know, that's why I didn't like what you had, because it
Okay.
was memo format, and to me, it should just be a nice letter on board letterhead, or on the letterhead.
was the letterhead that was added in the, in your,
Yeah, what you got,
packet, okay?
what you've got it on now is
Sure.
fine, but I don't, this is a memo format, which is not
Sure.
very personal.
Good,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Right, Office of Engineer Travel Policy Updates, so. Is that in the packet?
We don't have anything. That's, from you to us.
Oh, okay,
There was a desire, I believe, the board had asked Haley to do some work on, travel. She had sent you guys an email. This was us asking, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to provide? You know, if you give us some direction, we're happy to try to either draft a policy that has, some sideboards that you'd like, or we're just kind of standing here at your direction on this matter.
yeah, I don't see anything in the packet, Haley, but I know that you did send something. So, board members, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, I think we probably should have a hard copy of a draft before we try to approve something, so maybe we can have that in hand by the next.
Yeah, and
by the next
so
meeting.
my understanding was that this was just research for your knowledge. And that it would be further discussed in a personnel policy meeting. So I was not aware that we would be going in depth on this conversation today. But I'm happy to put together some sort of travel policy for the board to look at the next meeting, or if you'd like to look at it at the personnel policy designated meetings.
I think if it goes to the personnel policy, I mean, that's my opinion. Personnel policy, committee first, that's fine. But just for the board's consideration, I guess it was my intent to ask for a draft language for the policy when I sent that email. So, maybe if we could finalize that as a draft policy for the committee to consider, and then we'd like to get that maybe ready for consideration at the next meeting.
Sure, I did put an example policy that we could put in. I will put that into an actual document instead of the email. And put that before the board.
And that would go to, is that you, Roger?
Yeah,
Was that Georgia and
Georgia and I are on that committee. Yeah.
Georgia and
Yeah.
Roger to start with? Yeah,
That sounds great.
Okay,
okay, very good. Thank you, Haley. Any other questions on that from board members?
Just to circle in,
Ethan?
if you got any specifics that you'd like to, allow or disallow in the travel, I think it would be better to get the policy drafted if we've got an idea of things that you might want to allow or disallow.
I think where we went with it, I think Haley picked up on and wrote some language in the email. Can convert that to policy. That'll give us something to look at. That would be a good start.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. Thank you. Extension of office lease, item number 4. Here we go. So Ethan, and or Haley, maybe touch on the salient points here that we need to consider. And what we're trying to accomplish.
Sure, I'll leave that if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So when we last left, there was discussion about extending the lease. If there was air conditioner installed. The numbers that were thrown around were to for sure add 2 years to our 3-year, our current 3-year lease. We just started the third on May 15th. We started the third year of the 3-year lease. Okay. And so this is a lease extension modification as it's seen before. The original one allowed us to leave at any time with notice. And it also contemplated us paying for the air conditioning. This one contemplates the landlord paying for both the heater replacement and air conditioning upgrade. And as a result, would commit us for sure to what I'm calling here a year 4 and 5 lease with no option to request an out. And then it also has the option for a year 6 and 7, but for years 6 and 7, the board would be able to request with a certain notice timeline and some other sideboards, the ability to leave the lease before the full years 6 and 7 are completed. The other addition here is that there's some clarifications made to some building maintenance and a need to get building to repair a building habitable issues like heat and or air in a timely manner. The dollar amounts that you saw for a previous iteration started year 4 with the same dollar amount as our year 3. In this case, that is moved up. And so we're currently paying $21. See, we're currently paying $2,100, I think it is a month, and then this goes up $150 per month each year. And our current lease arrangement for years 1 through 3 also had $150 a month increase. Or excuse me, $150 a month increase for each year also.
Yeah, well, it's 150 a year.
Well, it's $150 a month each. So the rent goes up $150 a month, but in 1 year increments.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Each year.
It's harder to say.
I got
You're
you.
doing a good job.
Each year, the increase is $150 a month.
Mhm.
But the increases don't happen except for annual. So it's not like you pay $151 a month each month.
Yeah, gotcha.
Ethan, how many square feet are covered under the lease?
I have that number upstairs. I don't have that number in my head. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
2,600 square feet on the
Is that
south
what
side,
this is?
Oh, I didn't see it.
right up at the top there.
Oh, well, there you go. It's in the lease.
Where do you see that?
The first paragraph, 1 there,
What is this?
about in the middle,
Oh, okay, I see it now.
April
Thanks.
21st there.
2,600 square feet.
And just for what it's worth, I did do some comps at one point. You know, I can talk about that if you want, but. This increase is higher than the average, but we started off at a lower total square footage per average, so it's kind of apples and oranges a little bit, you know,
As a draft, at least a couple things, Haley, you've looked at it. And, has Martha Suter seen the draft?
Martha has seen it. I met with her. I was kind of expecting her to give us a signed copy back before the meeting that was originally excuse me, scheduled last week, but she was, also headed on to Glacier for the week. And so I haven't heard, no, I did know she had some conflicting schedules. I expect she'll be back in town.
But she's seen a draft.
She has seen a
Okay.
draft. She has a draft in her hand.
Okay. Okay.
Also.
Okay.
But, as things like this go, you know, she didn't give me a final A-OK, otherwise I have something signed for you. And this does give you the ability to take public action anyway, in advance. But maybe not, if there's not something in here that you wanted to see that is absent, or if you want a modification, you can certainly do that.
Questions? And is memorizing it?
No.
Comments? So what's your wishes? You want to take action now or wait until we hear back from him?
I think we should wait until we hear back from him.
Okay,
Can you do that?
Yeah, it's fine.
okay.
You ready? I mean,
The deadline for the air conditioning action is that this complex that needs to be installed by the end of June. So, just on the timelines,
is that realistic? I mean,
I think it is, there's already, you know, a contractor in place. So
yeah, but to order it and everything else, gee.
he thought it was gonna be sooner than that. The worst that happens is it just means this lease is voided, but we can revisit the timeline.
Are you implying that we should take action today for timing purposes?
I mean, I think it would be all right if you took action today, and then if something didn't work out on the other end, we could just revisit that and update it at that time. But if this is something that you could agree with, should the landlord sign, you know, I think it'd be okay to get the board signature on it. If we had to do some additional, I'll call it horse trading, you know, maybe we'd spend that next block of time, you know, considering what she comes back with.
So I couldn't hear what you said, Clay, about why we're in a rush.
The air conditioning timeline is built into this lease extension as being installed by the end of June.
What do you mean by air conditioning timeline?
This lease contemplates that the landlord will pay for an air conditioning upgrade to this building.
And not to push it one way or the other, but is there a reason you want to wait?
I'm just uncomfortable signing a document and then I haven't heard from the other party. Oh, you know, what they like and don't like.
So is it possible, can we come up with some sort of a conditional approval?
She did request a lease extension, so she's got one that envisioned some firm increase in the extension. It has a lot of pieces that she had asked for.
I don't know what the language would be for a conditional approval, but just a thought, I don't know.
But the thing's not a legal document unless the landlord also signs it, so. I mean, I think if you, as a board, take action to sign this and then the other party doesn't sign it for some reason, when we come back and talk about that and how to respond, but somebody has to sign it first. You know. I'm just trying to be efficient, you know what I mean, Mr. Chairman?
Have you looked at this, Kaylee? Please.
So the language, yeah, I did go through and trim up and and reword a few things to make it clear. So that's the extent of what I've done with this document.
Just throw something out. What if we said, board approval or condition upon her signature? And if she signs, then it's approved. And if she doesn't, then we have to do something else.
Ken, are you concerned that you want to just renegotiate some of
Yes.
these conditions? So,
Well,
so
yeah, go ahead.
so Ethan, she's seen this?
She has, we sat and discussed it as well. She did want to, have a longer period of time to cogitate.
So I guess that gets me then back to your comment that there's a deadline on the air conditioning installation. I'm not sure what the deadline is, and why,
That it needs to be installed by a certain time.
and whose deadline is it, ours or hers?
The lease extension is contingent on the installation. Sorry. I'm blocking my voice a little bit. The lease extension is contingent on the landlord, A, repairing the heater, and B, upgrading the heater unit to AC and doing that work before the end of June, which makes it more worth it. So that, by July, there's air conditioning in this building. And she did agree to that timeline. But it's not signed by her, so.
So if we wait and it gets approved at a later date and she moves forward with getting it installed and it's not done by the end of June, what's the implication?
The implication is that the board would have either the option to A, disregard this extension and modification agreement, or B, offer an extension to the timeline that's in the lease extension. Either one would be options for the board. Typically, you would want me to, if it was an applicant, you'd want me to demonstrate that there had been some effort and that there is some hardship on why it's not happening. But she had spent the morning with the contractor who was slated to install it, and told her that that could be done by the 25th or something this year.
Even if we don't approve this until, say, June 12th.
Yes.
When is she gonna come back to you, Ethan?
I hope next week.
And she is unreachable at this moment.
That is what she told me.
Okay. All right, George?
So that I understand it right, once she does sign it, and this is already an existing problem, does that mean she only has 7 days to get it repaired? Because that's the way that reads to me.
If we do it on the June 12th,
Yeah, then it'd be like by the 19th, it should be repaired, because it says address no less than 7 days after notice.
So that would be like repairs, yes.
Mhm.
That affects, so item 3 is a discussion of making repairs of issues that affect the habitable nature of any portion of the premises.
And this is an ongoing,
And so we know that the heat doesn't work, but I don't think that the heat not working right now necessarily affects habitability. So from my standpoint, that is maybe, you know, that's
so once she signs it, then you'll tell her we need the air conditioning fixed, and she has 7
well,
days.
there's no air conditioning. The air conditioning is an upgrade.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, you know,
I'll just provide a little bit of clarification. So
Yes.
the air conditioning system is a separate agreement
Mhm.
within this lease
Okay.
extension. It's actually number 2 on there. So it's a
I should read that
completely
first.
separate consideration.
Mhm.
outside of the other repairs that might come up eventually that affect habitability.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's me. Just want to know.
Question, Haley.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just trying to not just understand it, but want this to move forward and be successful, so. We wait until the 12th, approve it then, and after she's signed it, so it's approved, not until mid-June, and then we move on, and it doesn't quite get done by the end of June. What flexibility is built into this for the board to say, you know, we'll waive that condition?
Yeah.
Is because it's being done. Now, if it's not being done and not contemplated to be done for some time, that would kick in, obviously, but what flexibility do we have in here?
It would be an agreement between the parties. So let's say she comes back next week and says, you know, the realistic timeline is mid-July, but I'm gonna get it done. I mean, that can be changed within this agreement to.
Even after it's signed?
Yeah, because it's not signed by her yet, so it's not an actual binding contract. It's just that the board's reviewed this and the board says at this point in time, that's fine.
But if both parties sign it,
Then it would be the June 20.
but we
24.
then we don't have the flexibility.
There is flexibility, the agreement between the parties after it's signed, and that's in the original lease, I believe, because this is an addition to the original lease agreement. And so that is reflected throughout here, that this is an addition to the original lease agreement. So the provisions that are in the original lease agreement also apply to here if this document is silent on anything else.
And just for clarification, what is that language?
I would have to look back at the original agreement, but there is that typical kind of boilerplate agreement language on if you violate portions of the contract.
So a little bit of flexibility built in, so, okay, I'm just trying to understand where we're at if we wait,
Yeah,
that's all.
without knowing what she's gonna come back with though, I mean, it could be a massive change, it could be a small change, so there is a little bit of maybe uneasiness or discomfort with signing, so, but that's the board's prerogative.
Yep, Ken's suggestion stands at this point that we wait, everyone was in head nod agreement at this point, that we wait to hear from her, does that still stand?
That probably makes sense. I was able to text her. She thinks something needs to be changed, you know.
She does?
Yep.
All right,
Yeah,
all right,
I think we need something else though. For an extension, just if that can't be done by the end of June and they're showing good faith effort to
well,
get it installed.
that's why I asked the question, do you think that language is adequate that she described?
You're talking about in this,
Yeah,
or
I'm talking, Roger is saying we need something else, I'm just asking
I
if
believe,
Roger believes that the language you just described is adequate.
I believe that that's in the original agreement, to my memory, I will look back and double check, because typically in the original agreement or in original contract, there is a provision that says as long as there's an agreement by the parties to change some term within the agreement, then that can be done after signing. So I'll double check to make sure that language is in the original agreement. If not, we can definitely add something to this.
Yeah,
Okay, would it be, I don't wanna make too big a deal of it, but would it be possible for you before the end of the day to look at that?
Oh, yes,
and
for
just-
sure,
Just advise us for the end of the day.
most certainly.
All right, sure. So we hit pause on that. And then move on. All right, thank you, Ethan. Water policy, so we'll move on. We're gonna hit pause on number 4. We're gonna come back after we hear some more on that a little later. And move on to item number 5. And
The second is Mr. just gonna print out some copies of the original list for everybody.
Original list?
The original lease, excuse me.
Oh, do you want
Excuse my
copies of the original lease, or do you just want Haley to look at it?
Just Haley.
Yeah, let's just have Haley look at it. I don't think we need to see those. You don't need to print out the whole lease,
All right,
please.
good deal.
So item 5. So board members, they're listed here, 1 through 5. Do you want to take them in that order, or do you want? Does anybody want to start with something specific? You good with that order?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Go for it.
Just thought before we leave is there somebody from the board that would like to specifically talk with the landlord about doing some fishing? Or would you like me to continue? To
Let's-
directly interact about the extension?
Let's hear what she has to say first, and then and then keep me advised, and then between Roger and I, between the vice chair and I, keep us advised, and then we'll decide if we need to talk to her in person. And might not be necessary, but at that point, then if it is, we will. Not fair?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Good.
All right, I'm just remember how to share my screen here. All right, Mr. Chairman, board members, you have in front of you an update. To the WPMP. As a reminder, we have been going over items that include some general administrative things need to be addressed. We have included complaints in here. We have included a lot about stock allowances and domestic allowances. Domestic allowances including individual shared and development domestic allowances. We've got a section now that's going to be a new addition to the WPMP about the flathead system compact water. And we had some tentative discussion about the section on state-based registrations, and I'm not sure that that'll be anything more than a discussion. There is opportunity if the board was to make it through the WPMP and feel like it was in a position where they wanted to see it go out for public comment. We could do that. That is certainly what we had hoped might occur with one of these meetings. That said, we tried to really reserve a lot of time at today's meeting to go over some of these details. And I will jump right into the domestic allowance section.
Please.
All right, Mr. Chairman, board members, as a reminder, what we have tried to do here is color in gray the terrain that you've already treaded on. And, that I generally think that we have, some, board consensus on. And then highlighting the orange sections as things that need to be further, addressed. With the board's, permission, we've got, when we last left this, we were working through this section. So, we had, board consensus on this, definition of building sites, which was, much appreciated. We worked down, we got, some consensus on, municipality. Let's see. Got into the number of connections here. Under the number of connections, folks generally steered us towards looking at a lower area. And so this has been replaced, this section here. But you wanted us to instead get down into the alternative options for how to handle things. What we did in an alternative approach is that was the big take home from our last meeting, was that we helped to make some clarifications here. That within a development, an individual parcel or among parcels, all water rights issued as what we're now calling permit exceptions defined below will be considered as part of the total additive maximum annual diverted volume for all permit exceptions existing or proposed, which may not exceed 10 acre feet. So that was substantive consideration that you went through. Increase the size. Whoop.
That did it.
Yeah, we'll see if I can delete this and lots of stuff pops up. Sorry. Oops. Is that better? Maybe we'll get someone, okay. So that was, there was a lot of really good consideration and thoughtfulness put into this by the board members. We wanted to also include this important consideration that cumulative permit exceptions with the total additive maximum annual diverted volumes approaching 10 acre feet do not automatically necessitate mandatory water measurement. So just because you're close to 10 acre feet doesn't mean you're going to get treated like a development domestic allowance. It does require pursuant to ordinance, it's the one real water type of water use that requires water measurement.
So Ethan, can you scroll up? Where are we? Now, are we talking development domestic or are we talking, what are we talking here?
So this would be for all permanent sections within development, an individual parcel or among parcels sharing a well. So whatever flavor of, and I'll just, if you will, I'll go down to this this section here. So the permit exceptions that has A, B, C, and D, right? These would be all the ones that are considered in that basket of things that need to add up to less than 10 acres. So if you had, Mr. Vice Chairman, if you had a active state-based 602 and two new development domestic allowances, and that total was approaching 10 acre feet, and then you requested another development of some type, whether it be individual, shared, or whatever kind of permit exception there is. That new one could not exceed a 10 acre-foot annual volume threshold for that area. Does that help answer your question, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Well, the scenario just gave was you had two domestic development allowances and you were getting a third one, is what I heard.
So yeah, if you had an existing 602, two individual domestic allowances,
Oh, individual, okay.
and then you wanted to add another,
He stated it, you're right, Roger, he didn't say that the first time.
Okay,
He said, because the first time you didn't say individual domestic, you said the other way.
right,
sorry, Mr.
right,
Chairman.
that's, yeah,
That was why Roger was
My
confused.
mistake, causing confusion is not helping the situation. Apologies.
So go ahead and finish.
Okay, so really any combination of permit exceptions as defined here that would add up to an annual volume of more than 10 acre-feet would not be allowed. At that point, someone would need to get a new permit. And the permit exceptions that we're talking about would be groundwater certificates as developed on or after May 17, 91 at a volume and flow rate that would qualify. So this is a DNRC form 602, okay? State-based registrations, right? Excluding stock. Individual share or development domestic allowances. And then item D is a catch-all for DNRC 602s that occurred before May 17 of 1991. Because those were just issued by the Montana DNRC for up to 100 gallons per minute and do not include, they were issued without a volume. So in this area, the office will, on a case-by-case scenario, determine an appropriate method for incorporating those types of exceptions. Sorry about that. So that brings us back up here to the may not exceed 10 acre-feet standard. And that would be, I think it's important that the board understand that includes this group of parcels. So within a development, you'll remember that a development is described as any number of parcels that have contiguous that have adjacent boundaries that are under the same or affiliated ownership, right? So we include individual parcels. And then obviously, anywhere where there's a shared well agreement, it will need to include that consideration for parcels that share a well that may not necessarily be under the same or affiliated ownership. Would it help if we accepted some of the language that you modified last time to look at it?
How you doing, board members? Yes, I see a yes.
Okay,
The other question I have for the board members is, I think we're getting close, but would it be helpful to review, some of these scenarios? Not just the language? Just a thought.
I do recognize that the board did sort of struggle with this idea of defining permit exceptions the way that we did. We have discussed other options, but haven't got. We don't have something better to propose for this particular section here. Better term. So this section right here, you'll remember we had a lot of discussion, and that if a water right owner had a 6 acre foot 602 that was active, and they got a couple of new individual domestic allowances at 2.4 acres each. And they were looking to add a 4th permit exception to their area, their development or parcel. Then they could make a little room by asking that our office reduce their existing 602 for some amount of annual volume, assuming that that whatever they're suggesting for a reduction matches what our office would determine to be an appropriate volume. And that is a common practice off the reservation to deal with what the state calls combined appropriations off the reservation.
So the section we're dealing with, top and bottom,
Yes, sir.
how hard would it be to print that right now? Get it on one page so we can have it in front of us. Just that section.
Sure, we can do that. You want me to make accept the edits first, Mr. Chairman, or would you like me to print out with the edits on there?
Oh, without the edits?
Well, just what he's got there. By edits, do you mean all the stuff then that goes into the margin?
Well, we have been directed by you to keep track of all of the changes through track changes. And the stuff that's in the margins are comments. Obviously, there's, James does this great, view. Simple markup, maybe that'll work. Yeah. And,
I think we just need to see that in print.
so that kind of automatically accepts a lot of the changes. And if you want me to print it, it's a little harder without it'll show the comments on the margin, so it'll be a bit small, but we can print just this whole section for you. 22117.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so pages 14. Let's make sure it's 14.
Will that help? Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a minute and do that.
To 19.
Please. Thank you.
I don't know of any way to try to get rid of the comments.
Don't worry.
All right.
Worry about that.
Ethan, that other version that you showed originally that had the cross throughs and whatnot
Yes, sir.
did not have the margin, comments in the margin, but those were then the changes, so that's kind of useful to see what you did there.
Yeah, I try to keep track of what your actions are to, let you know that we're not getting ahead of you or anything. That's really the effort. Sometimes it makes it a little unwieldy though. So whatever I can do to improve things that. When we post to the web, because most people can't read the small font that happens with the comments to the side, I usually create a separate version where we remove all comments. For no reason other than to allow people to have something that they can more easily read. But for your main working document, I feel like it's important to preserve those. And resolve them as we go.
Keep it close. On this one.
Trying to-
Back up here now. So. We're walking down through the permit exceptions. Should I keep going or, whatever the board's preferences are, we can start talking about some of these other items down here, like phase developments.
That's part of what's being printed, right?
Yep,
Yeah, let's
we'll
just,
wait till after.
let's just get it, let's just get that in hand.
All right.
Please.
Simon, you. I see that.
Yes, a few more inches over here.
Want to take 5?
I'm good for hand.
Want to take 5? Yeah. Let's, while we're waiting for that, let's just take a break. So we will take a break while that's being printed and use this opportunity to take a break and then come back and we'll take a look at that.
I'm still recording.
It looks like we are.
Hey, James, will you stop the recording so that the board can go on a break?
She's just making copies of the 14 to 19. Positive.
Welcome back. You caught us in the act of reading. So.
Are ADUs defined elsewhere in the
Animal units?
ADUs?
Oh, yes, I think so.
That's okay, so,
You want to restate that?
no, I just want to know if ADU is defined somewhere else.
ADU being,
Alternative dwelling unit or
okay,
additional dwelling?
Additional dwelling unit.
okay.
So Ethan, we're reviewing the orange shaded things, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
What was eighteen again?
Additional dwelling unit.
additional dwelling
Thank
unit.
you.
So if somebody has a home or a business and then in close proximity, there's another little guest house, or some people call it a mother-in-law's, or additional dwelling unit that's connected to the same well. We can add that on as part of the total package along with a shop that has a spigot or even a shower or something to that effect. And that's not part of your one, your main attachment. So all that can be done under the moniker of one home and or business.
Okay, cool.
Um. I like the way that's phrased. Let's see, is that the one? Yeah.
That's that too.
How about one question? Thanks. On page 18. Where it says cumulative permit exceptions with total additive maximum annual diverted volumes approaching 10 feet. We do not automatically necessitate mandatory water measurement. I think I get what you're doing there, but I'm trying to think of the affirmative way to say it rather than the language do not automatically necessitate. Never even think of that. That even Haley, does that make sense? Maybe there's a way to say that, make that point. Is that? I don't know if anybody else had a question on that. That was on page 18.
About, you know, automatically constitute classification as a development domestic allowance. And therefore. What if we,
I don't have the language
Ethan, what
that
if,
jumps out at me.
what if it was flipped?
What
So
is catching me is the do not automatically necessitate language. Yes.
what if that second half was flipped with the first portion of that language? So instead it would be mandatory water measurement. Is not necessary for cumulative permit exceptions of total additive maximum annual delivery volumes approaching 10 acre feet. What about switching it to that? I think that puts it in the positive, rather.
say again for me, I'm sorry.
So taking mandatory water measurement at the end. Putting that at the beginning. And then putting in your. Then taking out the after 10 acre feet, deleting that language. That make it read better.
I think it does, but I need to also, without reading it all, it says water measurement is not required for cumulative permit exceptions. So where is it required? Where and when is it required? That is located in another place. I don't know if we need to. I don't know if we need to reference it here or not, but I'm just, somewhere it is required.
Yeah, so once you have the permit, it is.
Domestic development.
Yeah.
All domestic developments are required to monitor.
So it's like, it's an exceeding limit. Yeah, that's the threshold.
By that sentence, this is not a roadway development domestic allowances.
The question I just mentioned doesn't require additional language. I'm just trying to understand where it does require it
Right, so
in the ordinance.
development domestic allowances require water measurement regardless of this, what we're trying to consider here, right, with the culmination of different types of water rights, right? But other allowances like individual or shared don't have that requirement within the ordinance. And so this is trying to put in there, and Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong here, that if it exceeds that 10 acre foot limit that we've established for that, additive water rights being considered, right? Then that would need to be measured. Anything less than that, it would not. So I think it's just making clear. Now, that is technically in the ordinance, right? It's silent on it because it doesn't have this affirmative language stating that. So I think it's more so maybe the office just wanting to flesh that out for members of the public and making that clear that anything less than that approach that doesn't necessarily require that.
And then you go to the next paragraph. So it's actually, those two paragraphs go together, correct? Is that, they actually need to go together rather than being separate? I'm just. Because after,
You're talking about the last paragraph, the
Saying that?
no, the one after.
one after that.
Yeah.
One after the, so the one after goes, they go together, is that, I mean, I'm just trying to, in my mind,
Yeah.
make it a little more, because that actually ties it to that, because that's a standalone sentence, and it's like, okay, so why is that there? That's why I read it.
A lot of those provisions, I think, need to be cleaned up in terms of the layout, right? Because I would consider that last paragraph as its own standalone section as well, right? Because that reduction or correction of a water right, if that person so chooses to reduce, I mean, I think that's a completely separate thought. So I would say that needs to be in a separate
Okay.
own section. So I can understand how you would be reading that currently as it is in combination with each other, right?
Would that be in permit exceptions that are just down below that?
Okay,
I mean, and I would advise too that the permit exceptions definition needs to be put at the beginning of this section, because if it's a definition that's gonna set the tone for the rest of the language, that needs to come first.
okay, well, the change of the way it reads. In that case then is better for me at least. I don't know about anybody else, but it does read a little better to me.
I had an issue with the word approaching.
I agree. I don't like that either. But I wanted to ask clarification on that specific term. So Ethan, what was the idea with approaching?
The idea was, primarily just to, what we really wanted to do is we just, so you know that you can't. How about if we use the word that are 10-acre feet or less?
That's more
How about
appropriate.
that, just before I try to explain, let's just look for, an alternative.
What's that limit? Sounds like we're talking about calculus now. What's the limit?
The limit doesn't exist.
That's right. That's,
Does that solve that part of it? Yeah.
all right, manager. All right, what else?
Could you go back to page 17?
Yeah, let me fix one other thing here real quick. Let me fix it around the big mess. All right, so this is what you wanted to see then, a different number. Maybe. For this section. That'll be 15.
Yeah, I mean, and it could just be, yeah, reduction. Something, I mean, yeah, something like that. I just think it's a standalone consideration.
Okay, page 17.
Um, CI. At the top.
Is this the right area? Under number of connections? And you can tell me what,
Yeah.
okay, there's a CI under development,
Yeah.
domestic allowances. And then here, adherence to these standards.
Yeah, it's editorial rather than substance.
Okay,
I don't like the word applicants, and it's not applicants' requirement, it's your requirement.
it's what?
It's the board's requirement, not the applicant's requirement. So I would just take out the words, I'd say a requirement. Or the requirement.
The requirement, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, and just so you guys know, here, the number of connections and standards. You have, so this one is primarily out of the ordinance. I'm just gonna scroll down here. Yeah. This one was referred to by, from the ordinance because I have direct, I don't think this one has a direct citation to the ordinance. And then this was, kind of trying to follow suit with the minor subdivision concept, which is less than 6, but more than 1. That was where you had landed last time we discussed it. So this one that's highlighted here, really, when you jump from, when you jump from 3 individual homes and or businesses to 5. Now you're at the development domestic allowance
threshold.
threshold, and you'll be required to start measuring water. So those 2 additional units are pretty, they're substantive, is all I'm trying to say. Just want to bring up, that's what this is contemplating.
So if you have a domestic allowance that only has 2 or 3 homes, are they required to monitor?
Yeah, if you wanted, the reason a person might do that is that they could then use a little bit more water.
They are required to monitor even if they have 2 or 3 wells.
So for 3, if the proposed use was going to exceed 7.5 acre feet, which you could do under a shared domestic allowance. And so somebody was like, I really want to get up to 10 acre feet, and they could apply. I am painting an unlikely scenario, but that would be the scenario, is if they wanted to pursue a little bit more water and get that. But it'd be very unlikely that anybody would.
The answer is yes, right?
The answer is yes, but unlikely. I think the unlikely needs to be represented on the answer. And in fact, we would actively offer to an applicant who is looking to do something, the other alternative. Because I think that it's our job to be familiar enough to know what I'll just call it the path of least resistance, or, the easy path would be for 3 houses, right?
Ethan, that ordinance citation for shared domestic. It's 22117 sub 5.
Well, if that's the case. It's this. Okay, that's a different thing. Will you double check since you're in there? Can you double check 1-1-104 also?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, those are, so that's the definition sections. I know that. But
Okay,
I will check what 8 is and 31 because. That I do not know off the top of my head.
that would be definition of home and definition of business.
It is.
Okay. All right, do we feel like this section is worth making gray?
More comments? You know, that leaves us in a gray area?
Oh, I said no comment.
No,
I mean, since we talked about. Been talking about this, we talked about the number of connections.
Yeah.
Just to keep it all in context before we gray out that, might as well look at the subs under. Under the development domestic allowances. And, we've got that the adherence to the standards does not. Alleviate the requirement to measure. A report. And then we have that annual water measurements exceeding 10 acre feet may result in revocation of the water right and or fine by the board. So,
Would it be more accurate to say annual water measurements of water use exceeding 10 acre feet?
the other wild card here would be, well, you know, what happens because this was written before, I think, we had landed on the total maximum annual diverted volume limitation of 10 acre feet. So what does happen if you've got a development domestic allowance and an existing, let's just say for good measure, 2 acre foot, 602. You know, the reality is you might be able to get your 5 houses in on 8 acre feet to accommodate your existing 602 for the parcel so that your total cumulative amount is still 10 acre feet or less. So maybe in that somehow.
So what's an alternative maximum volume? The ordinance sets a limit.
So if you have a single parcel and the parcel has an existing 2 acre foot annual volume 602. And then an applicant comes in to put in a 5-unit development domestic allowance on the same parcel or development in this case, because they're gonna get broken up. They would need to, they wouldn't be able to go to 10 if they're gonna keep their existing 2. So they would have a different maximum than 10, they'd have a maximum of 8. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I get what you just said, but then it says may result in revocation.
Yeah,
So the revocation wouldn't exist until it gets over 10.
I was trying to fix the, yeah, if they had an alternative maximum volume set at 8, then it couldn't exceed 8.
That's,
Ethan, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Is this section supposed to be getting, or this language supposed to be getting at in the event that there's no permit? Right, because if there's a development domestic allowance and it exceeds 10 acre feet, then they have to obtain a permit with that. Right, so is this when they don't obtain a permit, but there is water use exceeding 10 acre feet?
this, like what I have highlighted there is specific for development domestic allowance, and it's under this development domestic allowance. It might not be in the right section, but it's where we had put it on a previous drafting exercise. So what this would be getting at is what happens if the water measurement exceeds the maximum of 10 acre feet that was originally set out in the ordinance. And what I'm now saying is that based on the direction we're getting about the cumulative permanent exceptions, right? There could be a scenario where the maximum development domestic allowance volume might be less than 10 acre feet.
Right. I guess
Sorry.
that's not what this is saying though.
Okay,
So what I read with this is, if, I see this as not in a permit context. Right, because if you're in a permit and it's over 10 acre feet, then you're fine.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be the need for a revocation or fines. But if you exceed 10 acre feet in a development domestic allowance and there is no permit, then that would spur a revocation or fines potentially, because that's a violation of the ordinance. So that's how I see that right now.
I agree, maybe the drafting doesn't explain it well. It is intentionally under the development domestic allowance section here. Maybe it needs to be in a separate water measurement for development domestic allowances section, but this was intended to be tied directly to development domestic allowances.
And I think it's fine to be tied to it,
Okay,
but I don't think it's getting at what you're wanting it to get at with anything less than 10 acre feet.
and I think what I'm reading is 10 acre feet set by the ordinance
And at the direction of the board.
and at the direction of the board. But unless we set another specific potential limit that doesn't exist, that's not applicable. That's,
Correct, unless there's another need or situation, and so I think if you are saying that there is something that you're seeing. Or that you think the office might need for things that are less than 10 acre feet, then
Sure.
that would be the language that would need to be set.
should we set a policy for that? Or should we set it as it is. And take those exceptions as those conditions, potential exceptions as they come, and take them case by case. And then if that continues, then use that to generate a policy, because I don't know, I mean, that's a big what if to me. That we're gonna try to set a policy on, and I mean, I'm not sure where you put that language and exactly what it would say. I think I see what you're reaching at, but I'm not sure how we approach it from a policy perspective.
And that is a common practice too, where some limit is set, and that's what you run with based on the language that you're given. And then situations or cases that come about, language that's written from decisions informs a policy. So it
And I
could
think-
come down the road.
And I think that's such a nuanced scenario. Maybe that's the approach. I mean, do you see it as something we really need a policy on now?
Well, I think that since the board is landed, so there's two different 10 acre foot maximums that we're talking about. Okay, and they're not always gonna be, they can't always simultaneously occur. So let's just say you've got a 40 acre parcel, right? On that 40 acre parcel, board is now a spot where any permanent exceptions would need to add up to 10 acre feet or less per year, right? Okay, so now in my hypothetical, there's a house already on that 40. That house, I'm making up a number of 2 acre feet that house has for it, right? Now that landowner wants to take a chunk of that and make a development domestic allowance. Now, normally a development domestic allowance would have up to a 10 acre foot maximum if you're starting with 0 other exceptions. However, we know that there is another exception, there's a 2 acre foot exception that's already there. So we just gotta kind of rephrase a little bit, and it is a policy rephrase, that not all mandatory water measurements will be based on a 10 acre foot maximum volume for a development domestic allowance. There could be scenarios where there's a development domestic allowance that has an issued water right for something less than 10 acre feet, and the most likely scenario is gonna be because there's other permit exceptions on that single or affiliated group of parcels. Does that make sense? Sorry. Or did I just say something that I said a minute ago in a different way that
No,
everybody already got it? Sorry.
Questions from the board? I think I understand what you're driving at, but we need to come up with clearer language, clearer approach to address that.
Well, we could just say exceeding the annual maximum volume. Annual water measurements for like water use. For development, that's the allowances. That can be said better.
Ethan, I think maybe just leave it. Yeah.
It was.
No, I actually think this gets at what he's talking about.
Because that establishes, so. How do we distinguish with that? Between a development domestic allowance that is standalone versus a developed domestic allowance that is coupled with water uses as you described?
We would have, we would do that on the water right. And that's where we keep track of all of those things would be on the water right information. And for, the board's, understanding, the water rights issued for development domestic allowances will actually have the word development domestic allowance on the issuance. So it's a particular class of water right that would be easy to distinguish because it says that right on the water right.
So in a scenario as you described, an individual could receive multiple water rights,
Yeah,
and each one would be described individually or as a package.
I think we could do it both ways. We would want to be able to do them both ways. And the reason is because somebody applying for a development domestic allowance has probably, they might want to sell some of those 1 through 5 off. And the next owner might want to own an individual part of the development domestic allowance as their own portion. So that would be like a split on any other water right, and permit exceptions are split.
I think practically you could, so you'd have individual water rights that would go to, you had multiple in this consideration. But then a lot of times there's usually a remark at the bottom of those that says this water right is a overlapping or supplemental water right to these other two, right? And they'll list the water right numbers on there. That individual water right would also be in consideration with those other 2 or 3 or however many it is. And it's just for reference purposes. So it's not that they would affect the other ones if you had the water right. It's just that you would look at those other 2 or 3 to see, okay, that's where the total 10 comes from in this consideration. Right, so you might have the already existing water right that has the 2 acre-foot volume on it, right? So that's its own water right. And then this person, if they don't want to get a permit to exceed the 10 acre combination, they just want to keep it at 10. Well, then that means you have 8 left for that development domestic allowance, right? So then that development domestic allowance water right would get 8 for their volume. So then you have 2 and 8 makes the 10.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Somehow we need to figure out policy, do we need policy language that in those scenarios that nails down that limit? Because someone with a development domestic allowance, I mean, without that, development domestic allowance is allowed to go to 10 acre feet
And I think that
as
gets,
a standalone.
I think that language about the annual maximum volume issued makes sense. Because like I just held up, right, imaginary papers. If the Office of the Engineer is issuing that development domestic allowance water right, that issuance of 8 acre feet would be what they can't exceed for that water right. So I think that's what that is now saying. Doesn't mean that the combination would exceed 10 acre feet, because they'd have to get a permit for that. It just means that the issued volume for that specific water right cannot exceed what's written on that water right. So whether that's 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. Is that what you're trying to get at?
That is what I'm trying to get at, and I'll also remind us that the real decision here, once we get past the, the best way to word the maximum volumes is what we're gonna do. And it's a may, result in revocation. That's where, and/or fines. That's where if you'll remember, I asked the board to, do their best to make it clear what happens if somebody exceeds the 10 acre foot. So that we could issue the water right in a way that it's clear. And then B, also offer some level of understanding to an applicant and potentially a recipient of an issued development domestic allowance. What happens You know, kind of what happens if you drive over the speed limit? Kind of,
So let's talk about then the result in revocation of water right, then what happens? So it's revoked, then what? Do they start over or do we give them the option of turning their application into a permit?
Well, I think you asked that question.
I'm just sort of throwing it out there.
I'm sorry.
It's, do we make them start over or would they have the option in a case like that to just say, okay, well, I just want to make it a permit?
I think that's where your case by case analysis would come in to play. Because that is a board authority under the ordinance to revoke a permit. And so if the board wanted to issue some sort of decision from that, then I think that's where you would make it
Okay.
apparent of, you know, this is what you would have to do in this situation, given X, whatever.
We'd have all the facts of the case, we'd be looking at it, decide a revocation. And then we could decide, well, we want to allow them to go toward a permit or we want to make them start over.
Correct.
Or we fine them or all of the above or none of the above. Yeah,
Correct.
okay. Okay. All right,
and it's a may, not a shall.
more questions on that? What do you think, Roger?
I'm okay with that.
All right. Better, thank you. And maybe I'm being too picky and maybe we want to change it, maybe we don't, but on I, it's sort of the adherence to these standards does not alleviate the requirement. It's sort of that negative approach to saying what is required. So what is required? I'm just, maybe we can
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. which
think
section?
about I, first sentence. And I don't have the language, but it's the same thought I had from the other one. Maybe there's a way to make that more affirmative than non-affirmative in this case. You know, I don't know, maybe adherence to these standards may still require measurement. Yeah, and that would be depending on what, I'm not sure what it depends on. Anyway, just a,
I think the adherence to the standards could even be deleted. Right, it does not, obviously would be deleted. But just making a affirmative statement that the requirement to measure and report annual water volume and maintain the total annual volume diverted below the 10 acre feet per year maximum and the flow rate from any individual well. I think it should be 235 gallons per minute or less. And then put is still in place or must be adhered to.
something
So,
like that,
again,
rather than, yeah, more of
flipping
it, yeah, that's all in my mind. I mean, when I won't go through and try to find all those, but where those exist, that's kind of more affirmative than non. Or another way to put it is more active than passive,
All right,
if that makes
I was
sense.
just gonna say it again, the requirement to measure and report annual water volume.
Yep, and then I think maybe that could be changed to maintain. Instead of keep. Keep just sounds strange.
Change diversions to use.
And the only other word I think might need to be changed in here is any individual well to 35 gallons per minute or less, not is. If you're talking about a set standard, like a limit,
Teal,
TO.
What if we were like really like to just say, like, the requirements of ordinance 2-2-1176B persist?
let's keep this language.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think if you were gonna do that, then you just delete the whole thing.
Two,
Okay.
235.
And then after less do must be adhered to, and then just end it and cite to the ordinance section. Let's get rid of that set forth.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
better?
I guess one other thought where it says individual well, if you put up to 35 gallons a minute, and then you could get rid of or less.
There you go.
There you go.
Issue should be issued.
Thank you. Yeah.
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 We're in the gray area.
Maybe you guys not only that. Very good. I used to control this from the very last time we were doing stuff. All right, we're back to where we started. And I've moved permit exception off, which I think was the request from St. Louis. Then we have I guess before I just skip past that, is this definition of permit exceptions work? Or do you want something improved? We could do, limiting permit exceptions. Or permit exceptions that limit. Any of those things make it easier to understand, or? Perhaps we could say cumulative permit exception?
Well, I think we're back to this semantics thing here again, Ethan, where permit means we're gonna be going to the big thing, so.
Yeah.
Permits not. Unless we're just talking about DNRC permits, but then it
Let's take
should
out the
maybe,
word permit.
well, maybe it should say domestic development allowance exceptions or something. I don't know,
Allowance exceptions?
domestic development allowance.
It's like, it's kind of confusing because there's more than just the development domestic allowances. This goes back to also include the state-based registrations. And,
Okay,
Well, let's just get the language down first, and we can title it.
okay, okay. I'm gonna keep it permit exception just because that's what's named, so. I just know you guys didn't like that, so I'm just trying to,
Yeah, let's,
improve on it, so, let's see.
so if I had a question on any of it, would still be the way that is phrased. I don't know an answer for it, but we talked about that last time. So describe what that means, because existing use pursuant to ordinary excluding exceptions. There might be
So
a need.
this language, certain other previously unrecorded existing uses pursuant to ordinance 2-1-106, that this language is actually from the ordinance. From registrations over, I think it is. Right, that phrase there. In this case, we were trying to exclude the consideration of stock.
So excluding exceptions limited to stock purposes and water uses, what does that mean?
Okay, 2-1-106 really talks about, you know, the state-based registrations that were either filed with the Montana DNRC or filed during the 180-day filing period. And depending on their filing status, the ones that were already filed included 602s that are not just domestic uses. 602 for general purposes, just groundwater.
Yeah,
That, okay, and then also the saying is 605, there's only one of those, and that's a specific to stock water pit or pond. Okay, and then, for the 180-day registration, there's added to it the pre-1973 registrations for domestic and stock direct from source that were synonymous with what are considered to be truly exempt rights across the rest of the state, meaning that their true exemption is that there was nothing that was ever required to be filed to use the water, unlike expedited, you know, type of use like the 602, you still had to file for a water right with the 602, whereas that pre-73 stock direct from source and domestic uses, no filing was ever required. I hope that helps. It is complicated. I did not make it up. For what it's worth.
I'm just, again, just trying to throw something out here, so that phrase starting with excluding exceptions limited to stock purposes seems like kind of a parenthetical type statement or something that but I'm not sure, because you're saying permit exceptions and you're listing what the permit exceptions are, state-based registrations of certain previous unrecorded existing uses pursuant to ordinance 21106. But then within all that, you're saying, but these other ones are not an exception.
So maybe we could just say,
But the question is why?
So 21106 includes stock as part of the ordinance's required consideration. So he's saying that we want to include the state-based registration under 21106, except for the stock water rights.
Or maybe we say except for,
Yeah.
because I am really getting hung up on
Yeah,
the way it's worded.
Except for-
that better?
Try her except for language.
so even after 21106, if you do a comma instead. And then say except for. And then get rid of are excluded at the end.
So you need to get rid of 4 uses that are proposed solely.
For uses that are,
Keep going. Get rid of solely. First,
And what else?
just stock water.
Was there another one besides stock water? Or was that it?
There's stock water pits and reservoirs, which is DNRC form 605. That's how it is under the.
Do we want to say and I'm just asking, is there something else like stock?
We could keep it consistent with the language of the ordinance, so we could put stock water pit or reservoir.
Do that.
Just to be clean, yeah.
it's more than that, though, it's also a direct source.
You're gonna have to point me to where that is, because I'm staring right at the language and it doesn't have.
No, it's under the direct source comes from the 222. MCA 2-22.
So whatever needs to be included after, except for, let's make sure it's included. And I don't know what that is. But for me personally, phrasing it that way, to me, makes it cleaner.
That, just go in a circle.
You know what that sentence tells me the first time I read it?
What?
You're gonna need to get a permit if you have a stop water right. Cause you're accepting a permit exception.
Which gets to my question of why, and there's a long explanation as to why, but there's too much information to put it into this sentence. I'm not sure how else to.
Well, I would say that, you know, if I'm correct in reading it that way, it doesn't make sense.
What, can I try something else? What if we did,
No, you're saying they're accepted because, and that because is again. And maybe that's what we put in. Because unless we describe because, the answer is, it's, someone's gonna come to the conclusion you just came to.
Any better? No. Gotta be cause.
Spur,
Huh?
what is spur?
Flathead Indian Reservation. Check what our consistency is for that.
So let's, let's just talk a second. So they're not included because we're talking about stock water. And what else? Is it just stock water? You talk water in ponds?
If the pond is purposed solely for stock, then it wouldn't be counted. If the pond is purposed for anything else, then it would be counted.
What if it was just a sentence that said stock rights shall not be considered for purposes of obtaining a permit? I mean, because that's what you're trying to get at, right? Is that stock wouldn't even be considered in a 10-acre-foot calculation.
Part of the problem is that some of the water rights have stock built into them, and so we have to have like,
But if it's solely for stock,
okay,
isn't that what you're getting at?
yeah,
So if it's solely for stock, then those rights aren't even considered in that calculation of 10 acre-feet or more if it's a permit. Right?
yeah.
Right, but the underlying reason is because there's a legal premise to them because of how they were granted by the state, correct?
He's saying for like purposes of this consideration in the office of the engineer and how they're going to issue a permit. The office of the engineer will not consider those, mainly because with stock rights, you can't really calculate. There's always like a remark on stock water rights that are solely for stock that say volume is for the historical annual volume. You know, whatever, based on historical evidence and data. There's not really a set number. Because how can you measure what stock drinks on a parcel? Does that make sense?
And they estimate them, but that's.
Right. So I think what Ethan wants to do is set the policy where in a consideration of all these other existing water rights, which I think maybe that's the term too, is capital, existing capital water, capital rights. That's the term. In that, in those existing water rights, the office of the engineer will not consider water rights, existing water rights solely for stock. I think, I don't know, I'm trying to read your brainwaves.
Yeah, well, no, so, we expect that there would be, so ultimately, you gotta figure out what is the design for the 10-acre foot limit. It's primarily set up to protect senior water right holders from issuances that might adversely affect them. However, the settlement itself had designed stock exceptions to help offset the potential for irrigation improvements. And that offset is a little outside the scope of what we're trying to do with the 10-acre foot. Cumulative maximum annual volume limit. So, you know, in other words, let's say, the Jocko canal gets totally piped, and there were, you know, multiple ranches in there that had used open ditch water for stock water sources. Okay, now, because of the settlement, they need to find an alternative water source. We know that the stock allowance was specifically designed to address that irrigation efficiency improvement, you know, happening, that was likely, very likely to happen. So I don't think you should have, to me, it doesn't seem kind of consistent with the capping of allowances at 10-acre feet to add in this particular purpose that people are really doing because they're just responding to settlement funded infrastructure rehabilitation. So that is a long way of me saying why I think we should exclude solely purpose stock rights. You know, is that it's something different than how many houses you can put out there. And is, you know, like, would every solely purpose stock right fall in that category? Not necessarily. I don't really want to track them down either. It also does kind of match with the general motif of the emphasis on agricultural use.
So, be clear,
Okay,
I am not personally trying to argue that we shouldn't do that.
yeah,
I am trying to make it so that when a layperson reads this, or an applicant reads this, they understand what we're doing. And which, you know, what you just described might take some real wordsmithing to get to that, but once we get to that, if they understand it, that's better. But the way it was before, at least as I read it, I didn't understand it, and I think even, you know, Ken looked at it and had a different interpretation, so that's all. So if you can get your heads, I don't know if we need to resolve it at the moment, but if you can get your heads together and come up with language that satisfies both the technical and legal
Well, I do like
elements of that, then
suggestion, we say existing water rights.
As the definition, the term.
Well,
if existing water rights are defined, then yeah, if we do that, then that does that.
So
The question though then is, does that existing water right apply to the scenario you described? And I don't know. Roger.
well, I was just gonna do a little wordsmithing. I think Ken is right. If you put existing stock water rights and then cross solely proposed for stock are not considered so just say existing stock water rights are not included toward the are not included as part of the 10-acre fee allowance because
No,
allowance because
Yeah, use the word allowance, use something else.
so
No.
stock water rights, should that be capitalized? I mean, is that defined?
isn't this all under the domestic development allowance? Or not? I mean, is this just a separate standalone exceptions?
I think we're using the cumulative maximum
It's under that.
annual volume.
All of them, okay. Minimum maximum.
So if existing water rights are defined, are existing stock water rights defined, and should that be capitalized? Would that help? Is that what you were getting at?
No, I mean, instead of permit exceptions, because I think that's confusing everybody with that language. I was suggesting to change it to existing water rights, all capital. That's not a defined term. It's one that we could, like, that the board could create to help with this.
Yeah, that might.
Just to also be clear, I'm proposing that this is for both existing and future stock purpose water.
And,
rights.
and that's what I heard you say, but I
Okay.
wasn't sure
Yeah,
how we include that as part of, I mean, to shorthand it, you understand it. And it's in your head and it's clear to you, but to be able to say that and then apply it. The applicant reading this needs to be clear about what you're after, otherwise it becomes subjective, way too subjective.
That's why the conversation about stock is probably more appropriate outside the definition. I mean, it can be tied into the definition, but I think it needs to be
That's fine.
separate from it to explain the confusion.
I'm making this first. This at least includes like the ones that are out there and the ones that might be out there eventually.
Just wording mostly where it says, before needing a permit, maybe before a permit is required. Something like that.
That, which one, Mr. Chairman?
I don't know if we need that last sentence.
This sentence
I
here,
don't know if that helps.
okay,
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I get it, but that actually only also applies to the future part, not the existing. But so I don't know, we need that sentence.
okay,
That's also something too that you could put into a final decision of the office of the engineer rather than the policy. Like that reasoning, do you know what I'm saying?
The
If you-
yeah, well,
The
that,
justification.
we never do any final decisions on these, because they're allowances. The only final decision would be if there was an exceedance of a 10-acre foot or a complaint based on an exceedance of a 10 acre foot, where we went in and made a calculation and excluded stock water, then we could use it, right?
It could also come up in the context of if there was some sort of issue with the policy that came before the board. Because the board has the authority to hear any sort of complaints or issues with the language of the ordinance or policies that it says.
And also the chance to revoke any allowances, right? So if we issue an allowance and then that somehow came before you, you couldn't revoke it. Just as another idea, originally, when the permit exception was down below, it had some lead in that helped give context. Should we maybe add something along the lines of be messy a little bit at first?
So, question? Your original version had pre-1973 rights, now it's gone. Why did it leave go?
The reason that I took it out was because, we were trying to tease out the specific, specifics for the stock water that were the, 1973 rights, and now in this case, we are basically including all of the registrations and then excluding all stock, and that kind of gets at the same thing without having to focus on that. I do actually think that these two sections should be closer together, but it doesn't matter because this does actually apply to new and future uses, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I hope that I didn't overlook something. Then back up here, was this an improvement?
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
So I would get rid of what you just added to that, because you're trying to define a term.
Mhm.
So I think that the definition itself should be whatever subsection that we're currently at, if it's 14, whatever it is. And it should be permit exceptions defined, and that's all that's in that section, it's just definition. The next section then starts with your, within a development, individual parcel or among parcels sharing a well, all other rights issued as permanent exceptions will be considered as part of the total additive maximum volume. That's where you can add in that stock language too, since it's talking about what's being considered.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I think so. So we're gonna delete all this.
You want to take a minute to work that through and let's get the language drafted out here?
So it's just rearranging a couple
Okay.
things.
Let's do that. Go ahead and take the time to do that.
Sure.
So anybody watching or listening, anybody still awake? Well, let them redraft this for a moment. I'm gonna go grab some water.
Good idea.
We stop recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will.
You do it. I'm not gonna touch anything, so I'm gonna mess it up.
Wait.
Okay, we are back after some redrafting and a short break here, so we're gonna go back to that section and now let's reread.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, board members, what we have here now is we have, section 14. We have section 14, permanent exceptions defined. And now for this purposes, I don't know why D's indented, but we'll fix that later. But we have the four types of permit exceptions that are out there. Groundwater certificates, state-based registrations, individual, shared, or domestic. Individual, shared, or development, domestic allowances. Groundwater certificates, which predate 1991. We might need to rearrange this a little bit, but, and then we have a new section that is the inclusion of existing permit exceptions for annual volume maximums, which says within a development, individual parcel or lone parcel sharing a well, all water rights issued as permit exceptions will be considered as part of the total additive maximum annual diverted volume not to exceed 10 acre-feet. Existing and future water rights purposed solely for stock are not included as part of the 10 acre-foot cumulative maximum annual volume. That is allowed before a permit is required. We still have this section down here that mandatory water measurement is not necessarily required for cumulative permit exceptions within total additive maximum annual diverted volumes that are less that are 10 acre-feet or less. Is that an improvement, Mr. Chairman, board members?
Yes.
Yes. Roger.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right,
One,
Yeah. Sorry, I moved it around before I.
no, go up. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, okay. 14, that 4 should probably be capitalized.
All right.
all right, we're back in the gray.
Ethan, I have a question, since we're in between here. the version I have. We had a bunch of examples in there on bedrooms and whatnot. And,
Right.
and,
Yeah,
and those have been stricken, so I wondered
I can show
when
you,
that happened.
I'm going to,
Why that?
change the view if I can. Get the stuff out of the way, so we go to, home bill. And I think this is what you're talking about
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah. And, where we had left this was, you guys told us to delete that.
I thought we said leave it as examples. I didn't think we said delete it.
Okay.
Does anybody else remember saying delete it?
I don't, but what do you mean delete it as example?
Well, there was, when we were talking about the domestic allowances and we came back to the language that defined the domestic development allowances, then we had some examples, and these were related to the examples of how to come up with your calculations. But then in the end, we said, these are examples of how you might calculate your engineer's report or put in your engineer's report.
So these, examples worked off of that, that bedroom,
Yeah,
volume formula that we thought was, an interesting way to approach it, but, generally, what I understood was that you guys did not like the bedroom volume formula. And so all of these are based on the bedroom volume formula, and we instead went, because this is specific to a development domestic allowance. And we have since instead moved to just 5.
yeah, but I think what the difference was, now that I remember, you were trying to equate RV pads with a household unit, and that's where we had exception, not these in particular. You were trying to make your RV pads
Equivalent.
equivalent, yeah, which that's comparing apples to oranges, so.
You actually didn't like both of those things at different days. The RV pad, arrangement was a more recent meeting.
Right,
And this arrangement was 4 meetings ago or something, I think, when this got moved out.
I guess I didn't remember, I just remembered we left these as an example for methods to calculate that.
So let's consider
But-
that whole section, Roger. Do you want that whole section brought back in?
Well, let's see what it says, I guess. I didn't remember it getting taken out.
You're looking at all of 13 then, right?
Well, 14, what he's got.
The numbers may have moved around,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Chairman, as we
They
have
did.
gone in and made some adjustments,
But
so.
you're right, it would have been 13. Oh, I see where you done some of that, yeah.
So that was like a month ago. Maybe not.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Yes, sir. This was the main meat and potatoes for all of the calculations. Whoops, I'll make that disappear. Right, this section right there.
Well, I guess it's up to the board. Seems like this has changed a little bit, but. 420.
Thoughts? I don't recall being in on this conversation of striking those, but one side note, what's new, it says revisit when other sections are resolved.
Hmm.
So I think that's what we're doing. I think it adds a common sense explanation. Something, as long as it's not written in such a manner that understand.
Right. Well, yeah, and yeah, right there, examples is why we left it in, so.
Is the RV portion of this something that you still have a concern about?
Yeah, some of that RV language isn't consistent now, so, because. DEQ has their own standards for RV units, so. And that's what an engineer is gonna use. When they come in with a water report.
So let me jump to something here real quick. There is an option built in, and always have the option, but do you think we're gonna get to the point where we have enough of this ready to go to public comment today? And if so, do we want to hash this out? Or do you want to take time to review this section?
I'll be
some more?
glad to
Because
I'll be glad to do that,
Okay,
so.
so we're not, so either we go forward with other things or we just hold off on the public comment. I'm not sure
Yeah, let's
where
go
we're at with it.
forward. Are we? We've got 1 hour left, so I don't know if we have time to get through everything else.
All right, I don't know.
Well, I'll be glad to take a second look at this.
Okay. Yeah. So we're probably not gonna get to releasing anything for public comment today based on that, but anyway, unless the board decides it wants to release any section of this, so. Does that put us into 5.1.3? Is that where this brings us?
It was part of our.
No, sir, we need to go through a few more sections that are right underneath, what you just did.
Okay.
Permit exceptions defined and,
Okay.
and inclusions of existing, all right, so, this will be, added in here, it'll look, tidier, and you, did just review that. Language, just to help people understand that there's not necessarily to be mandatory water management. Talked about this, I think everybody was okay that we are gonna allow
That's what.
and applicant to, reduce an existing permit exception, right? Okay. Phased developments, this is something that needs your attention. So, DNRC, we talked about this previously, so this isn't the first time that you've had this, in front of you. We talked about it during the presentation that I gave forward. But we do need to pick a time in which we look at parcels and ownership for purposes of defining what is, affiliated in terms of the development. Similar to, I think, DNRC goes back to, this is the 1987 rule, right? Haley?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
We're talking about phase developments and picking.
The effective date.
Right, and so, in the case of what we have proposed here, that date upon which, if it was a whole parcel as of September 17th, 2021, and divided thereafter, it would still be considered affiliated. Even though it may have already gone through some post 2021 subdivision occurrence. And this is really to kind of memorialize at what point we look at a group of parcels as being, kind of forevermore related. And so DNRC does this based on an earlier timeline than what we have proposed here, which is the compact effective date. We think that makes sense, that we would use the date upon which the ratification and effectiveness, sorry, not the ratification, but the effectiveness of compact set forth as when we would kind of date stamp the map of parcel ownerships. And why this would be important, be like, okay, let's say somebody on September the 17th of 2021 had a 10-unit subdivision that never had any houses put on it, but they were all under the same ownership. So we would consider that to be affiliated forward going. They were to have sold off any of the
Affiliated forward going.
we would consider them to be part of a development forward going, even if the individual parcels are sold off one by one.
So if you have a situation like Lone Pine where there's hundreds and hundreds of parcels, would each one of those be a standalone parcel?
If they're separately owned, yes.
Okay, so if they haven't been sold, but they've had approval to subdivide, then they're not standalone.
The approval to subdivide is a little weighted in that there's a difference in the approval level between a subdivision for a lot that's slightly larger than 20 acres and those that are smaller than 20 acres. But so there's a lot of just over 20 acre lots that are out there that are all under the same ownership.
Okay, so or what is the definition of any parcel in existence?
Any of the parcels that, that's a good question. So the parcels that,
Would they have had to have had what do they call it, a certificate of survey?
No,
So again, it's parcel existence, at what point of approval does it have to be a parcel in existence? What's is there gonna be, do we need to define legal character to that? And what would it be? If it's not a certificate of survey, what would it be?
well, I mean, you can break up ground without a COS.
There's gotta be some
Tracks.
documentation
And there's tracks.
that
There's
something exists.
defined tracks or. I was trying to, yeah.
That better?
I don't know, is it? Um, well, I'm thinking also a couple things, one is who's responsible for determining that and who's got the burden, which should it be the applicant or us? The way it's written, this would be us, I think.
This will be us.
Should it be us? or
Yeah.
Okay. So what becomes the best legal boundary for that?
Could I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've heard Roger very critical with cadastral survey, and that it really makes a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
Right.
right. And it's slow to get updated, really slow to get updated. I mean, it could be
So
six months late easily, you
Is
know?
that the best benchmark to use?
Well, I'm thinking, so. And then we've got 4 counties to deal with. So I don't know if all 4 counties are the same in terms of their land. Oh, their land processes, but maybe we need to consider that.
Well, so I think it needs to be simpler than that.
Yeah.
So on an application for development domestic allowance, or even, what about the, well, I guess let's start with that. On application for development domestic allowance. Do you have to put down the legal land descriptions for the parcels being affected? Or considered? On your application currently?
At present, we use the current cadastral to determine whether things are developed.
Okay,
This
not,
is, this would be something slightly new for our office, but is designed to kind of put a date stamp on how far back we would go. The upshot about cadastral information is that if we choose a pastime and just download that map, it will be somewhat consistent.
yeah, I mean, choosing a specific date on cadastral is not the easiest thing to navigate. Cause even current information on cadastral sometimes doesn't load. So I'm curious though. In a phase development, and maybe Roger, you might know this better. When there's the application for the development to DEQ with the subdivision, how it's gonna go, right? are there tracts or parcels, specific tracts or parcels that are within the same ownership listed generally on those applications?
Yeah, when you get a subdivision, put a subdivision application together, it's got a very well defined. Land description.
Okay.
Legal land use description. Where I'm struggling on this is. There's. Subdivision and plating act, and that really is what establishes what's out there. And I can't remember the exact date that went into effect, but you know, somebody could come in with a chunk of ground that says this is our subdivision, proposed subdivision. It may have already been subdivided once, and you can't do that again, you know? So I'm trying to figure out how you get back to square one with this, so that you know that what you're approving is legal, you know, so.
So that's why I wonder if you go off of the,
They go to the county
Subdivision.
records or IDOCs.
but I
you know,
wonder if for purpose of this office, you use
The
the approved,
subdivision
right,
application, yeah,
exactly.
that's what we're gonna do with the engineer's report in one sense too, because that's already gone through a review, you know, and it's been stamped by a PE. And so
Yeah,
that's consistent.
I just mean for the time, right?
Yeah.
So if
Right.
a subdivision was approved prior to September 17, 2021, then you have your answer right there.
Yeah.
Now, if it's not been approved yet, then it's after September 17, 2021. So I think that's your measurement, is going off of the subdivision application and the parcels that are listed in that.
Yeah.
Are all four counties the same?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a state rule.
State.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Roger was right with the subdivision planning and.
So, yeah.
whatever. Yeah. Whole bunch of words.
Okay, so I took the cadastral information out. I just went to the date. The other thing that this does need to address, though, besides just the subdivision, is how we're gonna handle ownership. And to help, I'll explain, in the compact, it's very specific. That if you have 12 parcels that are all of the same owner, then they're affiliated. So any forward going water uses for that would be considered, they'll combine, they would be like, they would have only whatever's limited to one development.
Yeah, it would be considered a development,
Thank you.
yes, so same or affiliated, so. Yeah, those are interchangeable terms, so if they're all under the same ownership, that doesn't necessarily mean they're affiliated. Right, they can be under same ownership or affiliated ownership to be development. They also have to be contiguous or connected as well.
So do we want to say approved subdivision here, or just leave it as is and assume approved? And if it's the approval process, we're.
Maybe the parcels that are included within a subdivision application. Right, because if it's not approved yet, then we know that September 17, 2021 is our date. So if it hasn't been approved yet, then we're applying after that date.
Well, that's what I'm saying, do we just insert the word approved? Or just leave it?
I don't know where you wanna add approved now.
You don't know where, you said?
Yeah, I don't know where you wanna add it now.
Right above the September 17, where it says
Oh,
any subdivision?
Okay.
Yeah,
Any subdivision approved after this date? That's what I'm wondering. Just based on what you had described, what we would look at.
Yeah, I think that makes
Okay.
sense.
That takes care of my concern.
And affiliated connection, we have
Already.
hashed that out. We know what that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
we did that once. didn't
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Somewhere,
Yeah, we talked about it.
somewhere. I just.
woke up dreaming about it this morning, really. Like, oh, yeah.
we? This day will be considered.
Who drafted this again?
That too fast, or we wanna work on this some more?
So,
Using this
I think we're in the gray.
wait,
Yeah, sure.
boundary, that's a funny word. Using the September 17, 2021 boundary as the exterior boundary of the development, that seems, I don't. The wording is funny there. Boundary of the development.
That better?
No, it's. Probably consider that. No.
Well, I mean, me boundary has to do with the actual line boundary, but you're talking about a date.
Yeah. That's not, I mean, that's not, that word needs to get replaced.
It's almost like they're two separate sentences.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something.
Yeah. Like, it's almost like that middle part from using to boundary of development is like a separate thought. That needs to be its own sentence or something, 'cause that deals with like a land boundary.
Yeah.
The September 27 date, right? It's
Yeah,
September 21 date.
Or the boundary as of September 17, 2021 will serve as the controlling boundary, something like that, I don't know.
Yeah,
you need a call out second 2021.
I couldn't tell which side, oh, that's the period, there we go. It seems a lot better already.
More comments?
Affiliated connection. You talking about ownership there? Or are you talking about land connection?
All right, so, and I'll go through a hypothetical and you can tell me what I'm trying to say. So if you have five, as September 17, 2021, there's a 5-unit subdivision that's in existence, all under the same ownership. Okay? And then in 2025, parcels were all sold to individual, 5 different individuals. Now, our office would still put a 10-acre-foot limit on that 5-unit subdivision that existed as an affiliated owned set of parcels in September 17, 2021.
So it goes to ownership.
Goes,
It's both, right?
goes to the prior, what he's saying, since I hear, it goes to the fact that it was in existence prior to September 17th, and those conditions continue after September 17th, even though it's sold.
Right. And that makes sense, but affiliate connection
Hmm.
is incorrect if you're looking at the language of the ordinance.
Okay.
So that's why I'm getting tripped
Oh.
up.
I see.
What would you, how would you revise?
I think you would have, I mean, this is gonna sound so cumbersome, but that's how the ordinance is written. Maybe does not alter, I don't like remove, or change, something like that. And it would be the contiguous or closely grouped nature. Or the same or affiliated ownership of the development, it's something like that, like. Making sure that you're staying true to what's required to be a development. That could be wordsmith probably, but
Yeah, probably.
We can leave that for public comment.
Yeah. Somebody will catch it.
but there are both those considerations in a development. Is that contiguous nature of it, but then also the fact that you have to have ownership, the ownership piece to it too.
What, so does it say affiliated in the compact?
Yeah, same or affiliated ownership.
But what if like Ethan owned a parcel and his sister owned a parcel, they're different owners, but they're affiliated. But those are not real, those are standalone owners. So,
Mhm. So
Yeah, I would
that's where you guys
consider
get
them
to
to be
determine.
standalone owners.
yeah,
But if like, if I owned 3 of the parcels and Ethan's LLC owned 3 of the parcels and I'm the sole proprietor and member, that's maybe affiliated,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So I think that's the bar, that's the low bar that we've been setting here. We haven't actually had a problem with this to figure out yet.
Hmm.
Thinking we should order a pizza, Roger?
No,
Yeah.
well, you can, I'm done at 5. So back on that one sentence, sorry to pick on
I'm
this.
ordering beer.
The boundary as of September 17. No, the next one down, the boundary as of September 17, 2020 will serve as a, what if we say September 17 will serve as the controlling date? Start the sentence with September 17. September 17 will serve as the controlling date.
I don't like to usually argue with the chairman. I think it's better like this because it's the boundary. Like in the different boundaries that might exist The one that would be the controlling boundary would be the one that would exist as of September 17th.
Yeah, but see, I'm struggling with boundary. Now, are you talking the subdivision boundary? Or the compact boundary of September?
You're talking about the
17th?
date,
Yeah,
talking about the date.
yeah.
Parcel
To
boundary.
me, boundaries is,
The parcel boundary as of, okay, well, that says that's a different statement then.
yeah,
Sorry, no, you know, you pushing it around, we'll make it better.
Will serve as a controlling boundary, okay.
I think your comment though is actually the first sentence already too. Right, so the date of September 17, 2021 will be used.
Okay,
That's already considered.
for the parcel boundary. Okay,
Effective date is a defined term, so you don't need to put up the compact.
I think I already took that out once. Yeah.
A couple.
are you shaking your head no?
no,
Haley, what, you're shaking your head, what's up?
Oh, no, I'm hoping that Ken can help with the last sentence.
Oh, it's gonna help with the lessons.
Oh,
Great, thank you.
All right, good.
You need,
Go for it.
you need the before the word alter. Then a comma after,
About here?
yeah. Oh, no. Before contiguous,
Yep.
and then a comma after nature. And a comma after ownership.
Just be the or a.
That'll probably be better, I think.
If you're gonna do that, then go up a few sentences where you use development again and put A instead of the. Yeah,
You trying to make it gray again?
We're in the gray. I'm gonna make a comment on something that is totally off subject here. And I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but we say that the minutes of these meetings are all on the website, right?
Yes, sir.
And the minutes are all based on the information that's being generated by the recording words that are coming up, correct?
No, sir. We do take the old agenda and we plug in important decisions. You remember in different colors now, blue instead of green.
Well, what happens with those words that are coming up automatically?
Those are posted as part of the transcript on YouTube.
Okay. I am catching that there are words on there that are wrong.
yeah.
I'm gonna make that comment now, and I don't know what we do to correct it, or if we need to worry about correcting it, because I've said a couple things here today that I read on there that was wrong, and somebody just said something a second ago that I read up there that was wrong. It was incorrect. The words were incorrect. I don't know how concerning that is, but I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but I want to make sure I point it out.
I've never seen a transcript that was correct.
Let's make sure that reads up there correctly.
yeah.
I've never seen a transcript that was correct.
They all have mistakes written down, but
That's fine, but yeah, okay, I'm just,
Believe you also posted the video recordings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there also is the ability to watch the entire video,
okay,
as well, so
Okay.
there's that too.
okay.
It's a good point.
In our upgrades, though, we are looking to find you better microphoning. So that's on the list.
Yeah, might correct it. I just wanted to point that out because
Sure.
I just happened to glance down when I said something at one point and it was wrong. And I thought, and then I noticed somebody else said something a little bit ago and it was wrong. All right. Enough of that. Yes, we're in the gray.
Okay, this one should be easy.
Okay.
Maximum number of wells. Okay? The individual, insured are restricted to one well. The development, domestic allowances are restricted to no more than one well per home and or business. And then that's right out of these are both really out of the ordinance, but why it's in here is that we have a C, if the water supply is limited and requires an alternative to A or B above, the applicant must provide justification for the need and get OE approval in advance for the use of additional wells for domestic allowance. Pretty straightforward, but the reason that we're repeating A and B is to get to C. So does everybody feel comfortable with that?
Since we're being picky today,
Yep, let's do it. Let's make it better.
well, I don't know if it's better. I'm just, so it says individual shared domestic allowances are restricted to one well. Next sentence, domestic development allowances are restricted to no more than one well.
Per home and or business.
Right, but no more than or just one, does it matter?
I'm saying like
I'm just
that,
noticing a difference between the two.
Yeah.
Why is there a difference? Yeah,
okay?
Capitalize well. Please.
Good catch?
Good, yeah.
I mean, am I making sense? Is that,
Yep.
Okay.
Improvement.
You
So,
want to say are also restricted to one well? It's just.
no, because it's a standalone thing.
yeah, it's a standalone sentence. I thought about the combined sentence, but I think it needs to be separate.
Yeah. So C, it shouldn't say if the, but the. okay. Water
That's
supply
improvement.
limited. What if you put capacity after supply? I don't know, maybe that's excessive.
Well, let me ask this question then. So what is limited?
Yeah. That's why I
The
put.
water supply is limited. Capacity or not, what are we talking about? How do we determine what limited is? Because that's sort of in the eye. That's there's either an objective measurement there or it is subjective and in the eye of the beholder.
Limited means you need more than one well per, that's it. It's just, you got like A and B don't work. So to me, if you can't do it with one, that means that the water supply capacity is limited. And now you've gotta justify the need and get OE approval in advance.
Well, I hear it, Clayton is.
Approval for what?
Second
Additional
well.
wells?
Yeah.
Which is that's sort of antithetical. If water supply is limited, why would we allow another well?
I also get concerned with that. From maybe a legal standpoint, of you making a determination within this.
Limited supply, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I get what you're trying to get at, but the question is, if it's limited, why would we want to allow additional? Seems like if the supply is limited, you'd want to reduce the number of wells. Am I?
Sometimes in
Right.
shallow aquifers, people will put in like a little well matrix to, you know, But we could also just delete this whole.
Yeah.
Section. You can.
Don't jump yet. Let's
Okay.
just keep talking.
I think that what you were just talking about though too, is stuff that you would write in a justification for this policy. Right, so like, if you had any challenges to it or anything, it would be a justification for it, of how it's implemented. Right, how you're using it based on facts. So I don't think it would need to be determined in the policy, but it does, yeah,
Well,
it's up
going,
to you.
and before we get there, going back to what we said earlier. What you're really getting at is if one well is inadequate,
Mhm.
right? If one well, because you're talking about A and B is each one well, if one well is inadequate. That requires. Yeah, something,
So what I've seen in those is there are certain housing authorities, federal housing authority or something has standards like you have to at least have 3 gallons a minute or something. You know, that's what, to me, that would be the bar, you know, or you,
And if
or
they
they
can't
won't
reach that,
vote
then
on
you're
it.
right,
Yeah, so, yeah.
not saying why it's inadequate, just saying if one well is inadequate.
But again, like that justification would need to be provided by the applicant, saying like my HUD or something, or my
Yeah.
HOA requires this and we're not meeting it, so that's all, like I need to get something different.
And we wouldn't have to say and requires alternative A or B above. We just say if one well is inadequate, the applicant must provide justification. Does that make sense?
Yep.
If we start the sentence off saying if the applicant determines one well is inadequate, then.
No, because
No.
it's gonna be a agency that does that.
Give me what?
Some kind of agency, some kind of governmental entity
Okay.
probably is gonna determine that.
Or developer?
But also the
Well,
office
the
too.
developer won't get approved unless he meets the state requirements.
The office would also determine
And
if
the
it was
office.
inadequate too, because they would either deny or accept this modification.
Do you need to have and requires an alternative to A or B above?
Mhm.
Do you need that?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you need the phrase that says and requires an alternative to A or B above? You need that?
Um. And you're,
Like justification for the need to get reapproved to drill additional oil in advance. There you go.
Do you replace the word get with receive?
sorry.
When you say drill additional wells in advance of drilling, is it necessary to say in advance of drilling?
And just there, period, perfect. No, there's nowhere else.
Is that what you meant to do?
I'm trying to figure out what you mean to do.
Okay,
And receive often engineer approval to drill additional wells.
I would put the S in wells in parentheses too.
Yeah.
That feeling good?
Yeah, so 19. So now quite following for definition of development. Closely will mean, so do we need to put closely in current? In quotes, or you're trying to say the word closely will mean something, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, how about
Okay.
that?
Yeah.
Closely, okay. Boundaries.
I can't remember this one, I struggle.
Then, yeah, we went over part of this last time, and except because you had the question on that last sentence.
Yeah.
The sentence,
Did we keep that or not?
It's okay, I couldn't understand it very well. The one, corner to corner, that one gives me a little pause. Because they're not legally connected.
If they're the same owner?
Yeah, they're
Oh.
not legally connected.
Oh. Well, then edge to corner?
Edge to corner is okay.
Oh,
I don't know, Haley.
really?
I mean, I think you're defining what closely grouped, and so it's closely grouped, not just closely, by the way.
Yeah,
So
okay,
you had grouped in there too.
So this is a policy statement that we're
Yes.
deciding,
Yes.
not, we're not
yeah, you're right.
we're not piggybacking on state or county legal definitions of
Correct.
what's close. We're saying this is a policy matter for the purposes of issuing permits or water rights.
Trying to put sideboards on what closely
Is
grouped
what
means.
our
Exactly.
determinations are. So,
Yes.
so that might not be legal for those purposes, but for us, we're saying it is
If that's what,
as a matter of policy.
yes,
So we at least reined it in this discussion so that it wouldn't include ones that aren't touching at all.
Yeah,
And you remember I put up might have been James that put up the different parcel arrangements and Bob,
Right.
this and this, and
right.
we explained that we needed to know what affiliated or closely grouped.
Not touching at all unless there's an easement and a road, right? So,
But if, I'm at the discretion of the board on this, whatever you.
which, you know, as Roger pointed out, that's also not necessarily land. Legal land,
Yeah,
definitions, but for our purposes, if we decide that is,
right, so if it's like this, where, you've got like
Yeah.
a dirt road
Yeah.
going down a
County
farm
road.
property, and you've got those two parcels on each side of the road being owned by the same farmer, right? For purposes of this office, would they consider that to be closely grouped?
is there an easement there?
Oh, there's a road, so yeah, there's probably a road
Well-
easement, yeah.
I mean, it's easier to envision it as a county road, but what if it's a state highway and it's a 4-lane road?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, all roads have a road easement assigned to them. Unless you're talking about like 2 tracks, which are just generally Forest Service, ownership. Some do have easements on them, but typically, yes, there's a road easement on it.
I get that there's easement, but my question is, are we saying that sounds fair? I mean, you got Highway 93 going through these parcels and the same guy owns property on both sides. Is that connected? Or,
We get a lot of people who wanna put their well on one side and their house on the other.
I get that though, what you're saying with, yeah, if you had like a 3-lane highway, which is not really in Montana, but let's say you do, and you have parcel and parcel, like, would you consider that amount of distance
yeah,
closely grouped? That would be a determination for the office of the engineer.
Do we allow for that, him to make that determination? Does the policy allow that? Or are
There's-
we,
Yeah,
are
there's
we,
nothing that says that closely grouped couldn't be that.
other than what we're defining it as?
What about, roads all too simple? Or like BIA roads, those are easements.
If you don't get challenged.
Nope, it's gonna happen regardless, so. But you could put limitations on it, right, so. Like that, right, agency held or agency owned roads or. State owned roads, federally owned roads, maybe that's not a consideration, right, maybe that separates. That's an actual separation. That constitutes a separation of the closely grouped parcels. That could be your limiter.
Well, I mean, we, now that you mention it, we've got to think about that language a little bit, because when it says, resulting from public land easements, tribal land is not, we can create some tribal roads. And that's not public land.
It also doesn't work because they
BIA
could
might
private
be, but
agreements too,
Yeah,
that set road easements.
Right, but whenever we look at the map, we're not gonna see a line that would, you know, confuse us as to whether or not there's two parcels or not for things like a private road or something to that effect.
You went on cadastral. You can even click on the road and it shows you who owns it. Like I could click on the highway and it'll say it's owned by, you know, if I click on the interstate, it's owned by the US government.
But that one's got a survey easement. Most private roads don't have an actual survey easement.
Right, that some of them are under private agreements between the landowners.
so do we just take out the word public then?
So this is like, this discounts separations. And, yeah, I don't think that, okay.
Yeah,
I'm just,
I think you need to take out the word public.
that was,
So are you saying, when you say are discounted as separations, are you saying,
not included. I guess, yeah, we went through this.
So when you hold up your picture, Haley,
Yeah.
again to Roger.
that one, I,
No, he gets it. It's
Oh,
discounted,
no.
doesn't sound right.
but I guess I misunderstood, because if you have a legal road right away that's owned by the state of Montana, Lake County or somebody like that, it's a separate boundary
Right, legally,
legally.
this is for a policy consideration though.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into that kind of confusion, I guess.
So with the farmer example, right, if there's that dirt road, which is probably, who knows, a lot of times they're private easement agreements between the landowners on those dirt two tracks, right? So even if there's a private agreement, they're saying that, but for that road, those two parcels would have been connected.
Well, in most of those situations occur, the landowner of each of those shares 15 feet or whatever, the 30 feet's the legal right of way, minimum legal right of way.
But if these are owned by
So-
the same person,
So then, to me, that's contiguous.
Right.
But if there's a county road or a state highway or a federal highway that separates them, then they are not contiguous.
then that could be your limiter.
See, I'm not really agreeing with you, because the nature of an easement is the right to use the surface. You still own the underlying estate.
But this isn't an easement, this is separate ownership, so it shouldn't say land easement, it should say boundaries resulting from land ownership then.
Does it, even if the state of Montana have an easement for Highway 35, I still own the center line of that road. As a serve, what do you call it, you know, the serving estate,
Yeah.
and if I own well on both sides, I own everything underneath that road.
But you can't access it,
Huh?
but you can't access that.
Right.
You're not gonna get to access that. If I own property on both sides of Highway 93, they're not gonna allow me to go out there and dig underneath, dig through the highway and access that for some reason. I wanna drill a well there.
No, they're not gonna allow you to do any activity that's gonna interfere with their right of access.
Yeah,
But you still own legally land underneath.
yeah, I get it, but yeah.
And that's where I'm saying there's a difference between an easement and an ownership.
I don't. I mean, it's a right of ownership subject to another person's right of use.
Yeah, and I think what Ethan's trying to get at with this is that there is just a physical impediment that's stopping the natural contiguous nature of those parcels. Right, so like, if there wasn't that road, then those parcels would be connected, but somebody went in and put a road through it.
Yeah,
And so those like, it's still the same ownership of those two parcels, but now there's this dirt road through it,
So,
I guess, I don't know.
yep, the question though then is gonna be how much do we want to set up, how specific of a policy do we wanna set on that point?
so let me use this example. And I'll just make it. Hit home, just right north of here, lakes on both sides of the property. They have 40 acres on one side and 40 acres on the other side. Those are separate parcels, and Highway 93 is owned by the federal government when it goes through there, those are not contiguous properties. And they would not be developed as one subdivision, they would be developed as separate subdivisions if it ever came to that.
And I think,
Because of
and I
access.
think it came to us making that decision case by case if we took that approach. I would tend to agree. The question is, would you agree if it was just 40 acres on either side of a county road?
If that county road is owned by the county, then I would say yes. If it's an easement through there, then I would say no.
County roads have easements?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And whoever has to pay for culvert comes up a lot.
So somehow we need to make it
So
that's an issue, but we need to, do we want to have a policy specific on that?
well, that's
Or
why,
set it so that the engineer decides?
that's why I'm saying, should easements be changed to ownership? If it says land ownership, then that's defined. An easement and ownership. I mean, if you own that road, if somebody owns that road, they can stop you from using it.
Depends on if it's private or public. Yes,
Yeah,
if it's public, no.
right. So.
Could you delete this whole sentence and see what happens?
That is a way to do it. I mean, you've defined closely grouped, or at least put parameters on it. And then the application of that could be looking at, okay, we've got Highway 93 in this case, and I've got two parcels on each side of Highway 93. What's the office's decision? But then maybe your next case is, I've got two parcels way out on a two-track road. Is that closely grouped? Consider, or based on our definition here? That's an office determination. So you could do it either way.
You know, Highway 93 may be really unique because it's probably a treaty road. The Hellgate Treaty. So I would say that Highway 93 is probably owned with fee by the federal government.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is, but that's ultimately, I think it's material.
Yeah,
Material.
It's your research project.
Huh?
It's your research project.
Gee.
Um.
Can I throw another consideration in there too?
Absolutely, might as well.
So I don't think this would just be limited to potential roads, right? I mean, it could be limited to a
Power line.
stream or, yeah, power line, something like that, right?
Ditch,
What'd you say?
ditch.
Oh, yeah, right? I mean, because it doesn't have to just be a road, like what if there's a stream going through? Would you consider that closely grouped?
Well, I'm just gonna go by the parcel boundaries. The only confounding problem that we have is when we look at the parcels and there's a road that has a different ownership through that section. So I don't think, the other things haven't come up. Most of the power line easements don't have actual boundary.
Yeah.
Separate boundary designations and possibly ownerships, like the roads do. And so. Just, I mean, I haven't run into that problem yet. Even like the big Bonneville lines. They have the easements. You have to even go pull the actual surveys to see where the easements are, because they're not mapped on like the public resources. So you gotta go to the county survey and find those, but they don't ever have any modification of the actual external parcel boundary that is, we would call fee owned in this area, right? So,
To make a suggestion,
yeah,
to say separation of boundaries resulting from rights of way will be considered on a case by case basis by the office.
I don't know why that comes up. Case by case, it's got hyphens, doesn't it?
My reason for that is going to be so many
And
variations.
I think you're getting to where I was getting to. I wasn't quite sure how to put it.
To be resulting from rights of ways.
I'm sorry, what?
It should be separate, should be resulting from rights of way.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that was my point. Either we do that or we have a policy and there's so many variables. This is might be the only option, best option is to let James decide.
Yeah,
It's my case.
need a hydrologist property boundary issue right now. This additional well fee for development domestic allowances, do you want to apply that to all domestic allowances? Or, this is something you actually requested. And, we haven't set a value. We will set that value, when we approve 6D WF, which would be a form that you will have to look at when we get once your policies for development domestic allowances are out, we'll have a development domestic allowance draft form. And public response and everything, all as a package for you. But here, we just want to make sure that item 20 covers what we think you want.
The alternative is that we don't, right? It's just a single, one fee, one well, and then if we don't do this, we're saying they only have to pay for one application.
And this-
Right.
Yeah, this does, as a reminder, for development domestic allowances, we would need to perform a field visit to approve the water measurement device on each well. And, you know, presumably it'd be more complicated to determine that they were gonna be run in a cumulative appropriate nature.
Okay, number 20, keep the language, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, 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 we're good.
Thank you.
And since we're at after 5, I want to propose we hit pause.
If we could get this section right here,
All
if
right,
we could get this,
Go for it.
that would conclude the domestic allowance section. Can I talk you into it, Mr. Chairman?
go for it.
Okay. You'll remember that we, discussed, parcel boundary, exceptions for the area in which we would do the 10-acre-foot, permit exceptions. We kicked around some different values. I gave you a presentation that discusses how the state does it. And as a reminder, if any of it is a subdivision, the state doesn't have an acre apportionment in which you hit the reset button on 10-acre-foot annual volume. I know we gotta wordsmith this a little bit. I would even volunteer to do this without your help, but this number right here, that is something that we would need some work to make sure we've got a right number and that this board is interested in having this type of portion. And just in other words, if somebody has 80 acres, they could get, if they designate 40 acres as separate from the other 40 acres, they can get 10 acre-feet of permit exceptions on each one, on each separate form.
You came up with 40 for a reason. What was the reason? It was just a roll of the dice.
You remember I showed you a schematic that had, parcel sizes. And I showed you that with the state, the way the state does larger parcels, if you're gonna, and it's not being subdivided, if you're gonna have a 10-acre-foot well on an area that's a parcel that's larger than 20 acres, if you're gonna use additional water, it needs to have, that well's gotta be a 1/4 mile away. And when we took, the 40-acre parcels, and we put a dot in the middle, yeah, I think that's it. That's the one right there. Yes, ma'am. And so 40 acres gave the very equal distribution of the state's 1/4 mile spacing, but in this case would offer a higher level of flexibility for a larger property.
regardless of where the well's put.
Yeah, but they would have to designate where those 40-acre lots were gonna be. You know, and then that would be a forward going regulation on their property, like any other thing they engaged in.
With guidance on how close the wells could be still.
Yeah, we wouldn't, at present, this doesn't, this would not also add a quarter acre, excuse me, a quarter mile distancing from wellhead to wellhead. This just sets parcel sizes.
Yeah, but you referenced the distance and I'm wondering, is that a point here? Because if you got, like in the schematics, 40-acre parcels, to get 10 acres for each 40, but they decide to put all 4 wells right in the center.
Yeah, this would allow for that. But their chances, if they put all 4 right in the center, their chances of adversely affecting adjacent water users would be even less. They'd be more likely to affect themselves, but, that is a good point, Mr. Chairman. We,
I was just asking, because
Oh, yeah.
you mentioned something about distance, so
yeah, we
This-
could
this-
go with the distance that the state uses also.
Roger's got a thought. What do you think?
Yeah, you wanna go fight with go relitigate all that stuff again? No, thanks. That got thrown out with the baby in the bathwater.
So is this adequate? So we can always change policy. But if we're gonna start somewhere, is it better to start with a high limit or a low limit in this case? 40 acres seems like it's something that we could always reduce, but if we started at a lower level, probably harder to increase. I'm just thinking, I don't know. Beyond that, I don't have another particular thought on whether it'd be 40 acres or 20 or 80.
It's like 3 inches an acre.
10 acre feet greater.
So if you 40 acres. You get, let's see, I'm trying to unravel this whole thing. So if somebody had a two things, I guess. One is then if you get 10 acre feet for 40 acres, that means if you subdivided that. I mean, we're giving out water rights for 1 acre lots of 2.4 acre feet. So if we give out, somebody subdivided their 40 acres of land into 4 parcels, they only get 2.5 acre feet per 10 acres. So that doesn't seem very equitable, I guess. The other thing I have problem with 40 acres is 20 acres is 20.01 acres is the minimum or the maximum you can go through. You don't have to go through the subdivision approval. You can go to the county and get your drain field approved. If if it's a 20.01 acre parcel. It's not, so. Well, I just trying to, we've come back to try and be consistent with other state regs in our. To be legally defensible, so I guess. I'm more inclined to go with 20.01 or something like that. To be consistent with. The other laws on the books.
The other laws in the books would say that if you have a parcel that is over 20, then you space your wells a quarter mile from each other.
No, no, they don't, Ethan. They say you space your wells 100 feet apart for your wellhead protection zone. That's what they say.
Well, no, once you hit the 10-acre foot,
But that's gotten thrown out. You can't keep bringing that up.
So you're saying 10 acre feet for every 20 acres?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to,
Make sure I heard you right.
if somebody wants to do some irrigation, then they can at least do some irrigation. Usually they get 10 acres and starve 3 horses,
And actually, you said 20.1. Acres,
20.01.
20.01.
This is entirely subjective precision.
But I mean, I understand your reasoning, I get
Yeah,
where you're at.
that's where I was.
And that's right, I mean, without knowing otherwise, I don't know whether it's better to start higher or low, I mean,
Yeah.
that would bump it down to 20 acres, which is.
I mean, you can go with 40 acres, but you're gonna get challenged on it, I'll guarantee you.
You're gonna get challenged either way. The-
Yeah, the 20.01, at least you have some,
Well,
But
and
the
then,
state law is not what. It's not our authority,
right?
so
Right.
that's only. That's only suggestive authority that we can rely on with the state. So it wouldn't be our backbone if we were going into a legal challenge. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
but in terms of equity, it's closer to, because if we're issuing, like you said, 2.5 per acre.
Yeah.
Acre lots. So if we go to 20.01 as a starting point, and we're gonna go to public comment, and we're gonna hear.
Yeah, we're gonna hear about it.
We'll have an opportunity to readjust, but we need to start somewhere.
So I think just slightly, I get that state law would be binding, but I think if we were to use a state law as a basis. To take some of the subjectivity out of whatever we come up with, we actually based it on something.
You could use the data
Yeah.
yeah, persuasive authority, but no, if you're talking about. Like what the actual.
Legal authority,
Yeah, legal authority, no.
No, I realize that.
Yeah.
But here is kind of the equivalent of the best available science.
It's a,
Yeah.
it's
It is
a,
the best available legal.
I
prompts.
agree,
Oh,
I agree. I just wanna be careful as how we're talking about it.
Yep.
Right, especially in meetings, because state law is not our authority.
I get that.
Yeah, so that's all. I just wanted to be careful with that.
I mean, I would call it persuasive.
It is persuasive, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
all right. Number,
that'll be like,
40 acres.
you wanna stick with 40, not the 20.01?
I would say 40 just to be conservative, put it out to public comment.
Well, I am persuaded to go the other way, but we would, what do you wanna do?
Clear
Can we stick with 40 for now?
Well. I don't
I
know.
mean, we could also go 20 and put it out.
Yeah, or just put a question mark and go out to 45.
Send something.
I'd like to see a 20.01 just to see what kind of response we're gonna get.
You always have room to change it after public comment, so.
And we don't,
When somebody sees 20.01, when a land surveyor or something like that, they're gonna go, oh, yeah. So,
you gotta persuade somebody.
Well, what,
so,
what'll this will end up with is like, if you take the 40 or whatever number it is, you divide it by 5, which is the development domestic allowance, that'll drive how people will divide their land. So, you know, that's what this decision will end up with.
Yeah, with that, I'm okay with the 20.01 because like Haley was saying, it'll still go to comment.
Yep.
and
We're gonna go to
take it
public
from there.
comment. We're gonna come back and review that anyway,
Yeah.
but we had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's 5:23.
I guess.
So you persuaded one, so we're good?
Still gonna stick with it.
No, if we were voting, I'd go to 20.01. So,
So we have a forum.
well, I don't know, do we need to vote? We're just trying to get a
Oh,
consensus. We're not voting. 20.01,
And the reason I would go to 40, I think it's easier to subtract. and go
and
down to
that's
20.
why I said, is it better to start high and go low or go, start low?
That's my.
No, I get it, cause I was the same way. It's like, yeah, is it better? And we can always take away, but it's hard to add it back.
Well, my vote is still 20.0.
What would be a good approach to putting it out to public comment here?
I think if you think that there's gonna be more developers who would notice a 20.01 or think that they should see that, a more conservative approach might yield more comments.
The other problem I have with 40-acre parcel lists, then somebody's just gonna say, so you're gonna tell me that I can't develop my 20-acre parcel. That's how they're gonna read it.
So that would yield more public comment. So
Yeah,
I think,
shitload.
well, so I think that's what it's getting at, right? Is you wanna make the most informed decision. And if you're gonna get more public comment based on a number like 40 than you would with something that's seen everywhere like 20.01. Maybe that's gonna inform your decision a little bit better.
I'm trying to limit our liability.
Well, if we're
Well, public comment would be liable.
Well, if we're doing this also aimed at public comment, the reason I was asking is if we put exceptions for blank acre. And then we put in parentheses, the board is considering some options, including 20.01 or 40. That way it adds to their thinking as well. That way we've got both. Would that be an option? We just get it out there?
You can also do it where you put a specific provision to public comment. So if the board wants to see public comment specifically on this, you can put this to public comment. Doesn't have to be the whole thing.
But to get it out to public comment, I mean, something like,
If you're gonna do just this provision, put a set number.
yeah, I don't know if we're doing just this provision, but I get it. I get what you're saying, yeah. Roger?
Well, I don't, I'd be amenable to that. But I changed and to or.
Change and or,
Board is considering 20.1 and or 40.
Sorry.
Joel?
so I'm just, yeah, in brackets or parentheses, however you want to do it. There's an option.
Like,
Liked it.
Wow, okay. We're in the grade. Yep.
think you guys could like grade all this out, because these are things that we've talked about enough times. Here, this makes clarification that the annual volume limits are diverted amounts as opposed to consuming amounts.
Great, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, all right, we're good.
And then that combined flow rates, no single well may exceed 35 GPM in flow.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
All right. We're
Thanks
gonna
for
get
that
pause
extra
on all that, you bet you. So we wanted to get back to item number real quickly 4. And Haley, you took a look at that policy.
I did, yeah. The original agreement does not have modification language. So the suggestion is to add a provision at the end of the extension agreement saying that it can be modified on written agreement.
Use
by
that.
parties.
No, I don't.
Okay, so it's good to wait. We're waiting anyway, so it's good to know and we'll add that. You'll work with Ethan and add that,
Will do.
that language. Okay. All right, clear enough?
Mhm.
Clear enough?
Yep.
Any public comment? Anybody online have any public comment?
Anyone online?
Yeah, do we wanna-
Comment, raise your
I got
hand and we'll
one
allow
thing.
you to speak.
We had,
Let's finish public comment.
well, this is part of it.
Okay, Roger, you had a
I
comment?
think we skipped over approval of the minutes.
You did.
So I was just gonna add that in. public.
I saw that and I didn't bring it up because it's not on the agenda. So we'll have to do approval of the May 1st minutes,
Yeah, sorry about that.
the next time too. So,
Okay,
yeah.
that'll work.
No other public comment? Nobody?
Never seen.
Okay, no public comment. And possible board action on release, so we'll hold off on releasing anything for public comment at this point. Is that correct or is that ready?
I thought you can say we were ready.
That, when you got through this, you still really need to go through the hearing section, for our office, flathead system compact water section, and the stock section.
Okay,
But can we release that section just so that then that can start the domestic development process?
I really need the hearing section out. I would prefer that you would.
It wouldn't be approved though, so if you put it up for public comment, you could receive comments to that specific portion. And then it's the board's choice of when to approve after public comment.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I like that.
you like that? Like it? All right, let's do
all
it.
right, so we'll, just to be clear on what you're telling me to do, because you need to take action.
Yeah, board action on release of, I'll let you make the motion. Go ahead and make
Okay,
your
I'll make
motion.
a motion that we go to public comment on the domestic development allowance section. Or if it includes the whole domestic allowance section, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, motion by Roger, second by Ken, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right, we're good. We did public comment, next meeting, June 5 or June 12.
I would prefer June 5 because after classes are done, I'm gonna take some time off.
So that's, so we're just a week between meetings and. I'm good at it, but I don't know if anybody else is good at it.
What are we talking about?
Meeting dates,
Yeah, what would you like to talk about at the meeting? To see if I can achieve.
well, it looks like we need to do more policy stuff, that's for sure.
Okay,
What about moving it back a week to the,
Well, this says the 5th or 12th, so the next one would be the 12th.
that's when I'm gonna hopefully be somewhere.
But when you say back, we're in it right now.
June 19th.
Oh, okay,
18th, well, not 8th. Yeah, it's pretty far.
Juneteenth?
Yeah. And that'll give Ethan the time to come up with some substance.
that's a holiday for our office, I'm sorry.
Juneteenth?
Juneteenth?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's, you guys.
We don't have to do Wednesday. What, Tuesday, the 18th?
So, okay. Well, Georgia will be out of school then. So,
Next week.
when do you guys out of school, Ken?
That's right.
Oh,
18th,
that's right.
18th,
Yeah.
Yes, you got a conflict, but you can move it.
sure? Okay,
Well.
So- will the 18th work?
Yeah, the 18th. Just a second. Yeah, the 18th will work.
So,
I'm sorry about the 5th, we're having some database project,
That would be good to know.
No, we're good.
We got some real crunch time on. some
And I
projects,
just
so-
thought, to me, I felt like 5th is too soon anyway. It's only a week away.
6/18, we'll have a better bunch of things to talk about.
18th, 18th, yes. And that,
We
and
haven't-
how long do we put out for public comment?
15 days.
15 days, so we'll, not almost 15 days. Yeah, well, we could have our public comments back by
Oh,
the
sure.
The 15 days would be done by the
Yeah.
time, of June, yeah.
18th, so.
Ethan, I'm just thinking about doing portions. Is it? You do have a whole, I'm just scrolling through here, you have a whole lot more of this that is in the gray.
That could go to public comment. Do you want more to go?
You know, I don't wanna push you right now, but like, if we could maybe get all of the stuff that you've already gone through. Cause some of this, I believe, might actually feed into, some of these definitions and stuff. Seepage and some other things, is it possible to do all of the sections that you've worked on and hold back stock? Flathead system, compact water. And the hearing section.
We're gonna do it at some point, yes?
yeah,
Yes.
So, all right, so I heard that I could do all the
Yep.
grayed out
Yep.
sections. And then I'll clean that up with Haley's assistance for anything.
That sound all right, Haley?
Yeah, although that needs to be a different action.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Good
so
thing we haven't adjourned yet.
I'll make a motion.
So we've already taken action on that, and this would be an action to modify the action that was just taken. Do we need to cancel that action first?
Unless you want two separate public comments. So if you want one just for the domestic allowance section, which we could essentially extrapolate from the document, clean it up, put it as a PDF of just that section. And that's already been approved. And then you could do a separate action to put the other grayed out sections.
Could I amend my other motion?
You could do that too.
Could you amend it or withdraw? So amend or, yeah,
Okay, I'll withdraw my, I
amend.
guess I won't, I'll amend my existing motion to include the sections of the WPNP that have already received board approval.
Board, tentative approval. I mean, I don't, we haven't taken action
Or
on
board agreement.
Yep.
So,
Also,
Motion by Roger, second by Ken. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
good press.
Sorry for my slow
Nope.
thinking.
Nope, I just hopefully covered that well enough. All right. So we are, next meeting we said is the 18th. All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion, second, all in favor? Aye. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Your
you all.
showed the judge.